occupation. You have the panel on economic reintegration. Very important to think already now about the economic model of restoration of Crimea. It's very important to talk about indigenous Crimea, to talk about indigenous people, the rights of indigenous people, their cultural rights, their language rights, their historical memory, etc. And certainly the aspects of demography, environmental, also propaganda, which is, always a weapon of the aggressor, is also very important. So once again, let me take this opportunity to thank all of the organizers and those who invented this idea of this academic forum. I wish you fruitful discussions and looking forward to get in touch with you in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Igor Shokva, for your inspiring speech for all our participants. And if I may, just to use my moderator speech and just reflections. So, of course, we are adding here as academic platform for exchanging ideas from the point of view of researchers. But moreover, it's also very important that we are starting even a new dimension for the student forum. And on the 29th, we will provide the second round of academic forum as a student platform. And today we finalized the competition, student competition for the special scientific essays that we're writing on all the topics that are covered for today, our academic forum. And I also very pleased to all our foreign participants and co-organizers of that forum. We can see very wide geography within Europe and other continents here within our forum as co-organizers among, of course, Ukrainian universities. And you really mentioned very important issue that today in co-organizers we can see Tavrida University honored on Vernadsky as a first displaced university from the Crimea, and we will have the chance to hear from them their own perspective of the vision of displacing from to another Ukrainian territory back to Crimea, if I may to say it in the perspective. Thank you very much for organizers, and specifically we can see here the Ukrainian Helsinki Union, Human Rights Union, as well as an additional platform for research legal aspects of the protection of human rights. And if I may, to shift the floor to our next very esteemed participant for your inspiration words, Mr. Mila Tasheva, the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Дуже рада всіх вітати. І насправді це дійсно дуже важливо, проведення такого академічного форуму. Насправді зараз я присутня у приміщенні Верховної Ради України, де проходять комітетські слухання з питань деокупації і реінтеграції. Я сподіваюся, що вже після сьогоднішнього дня, а 29 вересня, коли буде продовжений перший академічний форум, присвячений питанням деокупації, реінтеграції, власне, ми зможемо поділитися результатами комітетських слухань, на які були так само запрошені представники держави, експертного середовища і, звісно, що в першу чергу українських парламентарів. Яким чином представники державних органів, виконавчої влади або парламенту бачать шляхи деокупації і особливо першочергові кроки, які буде Україна здійснювати після повернення державного контролю над територією Автономної Республіки Крим і міста Севастополя. Я дуже дякую ініціаторам цього форуму. Ми дуже раді, що спільно з Офісом президента і з Ігорем Івановичем Жовковою змогли одразу відреагувати на цей запит академічного середовища, власне, власне, наших прекрасних, чудових студентів і змогли долучитися як представництво президента, Національний офіс Кримської платформи, стати організаційними партнерами даного форуму. Дуже важливо, і знаю, що колеги вже про це згадували, що цей форум відбувається в тому числі в рамках марафону академічних подій World Academic Talks, ініціатором якого є Фонд президента України з підтримки освіти, науки та спорту у співпраці з представництвом президента. Для нас це є дуже важливим. Насправді, я абсолютно погоджуюсь з Ігорем Івановичем, який виступав переді мною, що академічний вимір, який ми сьогодні фактично започатковуємо, може бути важливою складовою і стане важливою складовою інших вимірів Кримської платформи, поряд з експертним виміром, з урядовим виміром, з парламентським виміром, який ми вже будемо мати наприкінці жовтня в вигляді першого парламентського саміту Кримської платформи, і те, що ми, власне, сьогодні, в тому числі в українському парламенті, робимо в рамках комітетських слухань, співпраці з народними депутатами, з міжфракційним об'єднанням Кримська платформа, загалом з роботою з депутатськими фракціями і ініціюванням тих чи інших законодавчих актів. Дійсно, форум, який сьогодні ми маємо з вами, і який буде продовжений вже 29 вересня, і в тому числі конкурс есеїв, який ми маємо, це дійсно дуже важливо, і що підсумки цього форуму, вони зможуть лягти в тому числі в основу тих обговорень, які ми будемо мати 24 жовтня напередодні офіційної частини відкриття парламентського саміту, тому що, як зазначив Ігор Іванович, ми будемо проводити експертні обговорення в різних площинах, і кілька питань ми будемо озвучувати, і ситуацію на території Криму, з питаннями прав людини, питаннями відповідальності і, що важливо, з питаннями реінтеграції і першочергових кроків, які ми будемо здійснювати. Тому дуже важливо ці обговорення, ту субстантивну частину обговорень, які ви будете мати сьогодні, і, власне, 29-го, як завершальний етап форуму, ми зможемо частково імплементувати у виступи і рекомендації тих експертних обговорень, які ми будемо мати на панелях і на полях з першого парламентського саміту. Представництво президента є достатньо унікальним органом, насправді, яке дійсно 24 години на 7 працює з питаннями деокупації і реінтеграції тимчасово окупованого території Криму. Ми працюємо в прямій вертикалі президента нашої держави, і звісно, що президент тут має насправді ключову і провідну роль не лише в питаннях просування Кримської платформи, а загалом в питаннях деокупації нашої території. І як неодноразово президент України говорив, що ми будемо повертати Крим тим шляхом, який ми для себе самі оберемо, що ми не будемо мати жодних компромісів і ніколи не погодимось на жодні компроміси щодо нашої територіальної цілісності України, включно, звісно, що з Кримським півостровом, і порушення прав людини, і ми це прекрасно розуміємо, почнеться після деокупації всіх наших територій. Тому роль президента в цьому процесі є унікальною, безпосередньою. Президент цікавиться абсолютно всіма питаннями, які стосуються тимчасово окупованої території. Він залучений абсолютно в усі процеси, він дає доручення як представництво президента, так і іншим органам державної влади щодо напрацювання конкретних кроків, зокрема і стратегія економічного відновлення, яку ми сьогодні, сподіваємося, що теж презентуємо, а вперше вона була презентована більш в такому рамковому вигляді вже на парламентському на урядовому саміті Кримської платформи 23 серпня. Це дуже важливо. Питання кадрового резерву. Я сподіваюся, дійсно, що і ті наші студенти, ті дослідники, які працюють вже над дослідженнями, пов'язаними з Кримом, зможуть внести свій внесок у
Their tangible contribution into the development of those first steps, which, in our hope and belief, will serve as the prerequisite and foundation for that HR capacity to be recovered and further developed once we access Crimea. Definitely, the leading role in the occupation will be played not only in terms of diplomatic and political dimension, but also, and probably even primarily, that would be the military constituent of that process. But these two elements are closely related to each other, and we definitely thankful to the armed forces of Ukraine who make such a powerful, important effort in terms of recovering and liberating all of our territories, including Kherson Oblast territories, which are bordering with the Crimean Peninsula. And we're confident that following the occupation of Kherson Oblast, soon enough, we will have a wonderful opportunity to celebrate our victory. And our victory will be manifested by liberation of all Ukrainian territories, including Crimea, Simferopol, Bakhchisarai, Yalta, Sebastopol, without exception. So thank you once again. I will be happy to join the closing discussion, which will be dedicated to discussion of the action plan and the conclusion and findings. And with that, let me once again present my appreciation to the organizers.
Inspiring words for all our participants, and we're really looking forward for this more digging deeply in that issue within the fourth panel of our forum. Thank you very much. Now I have an honor to shift the floor to Honored Taras Tsembrivsky. From my side, I really want to share my attitude
Його звернення в рамках
organizers, USAID Human Rights in Action Program. You supported great contribution to the providing that academic forum. Taras, the floor is yours.
Дякую, Ксенія, за представлення.
Yes, thank you, dear Ksenia, for your kindest introduction, and my sincere welcome to all of the members, contributors, participants, and speakers of our forum. Indeed, the occupation is the element of national pain which is currently experienced by the entire nation of Ukrainians who are resisting the aggression of Russian Federation. At the same time, we do have good news, because now in the 8th year of occupation, the subject of Crimea is still number one element in our agenda, not only in Ukraine, but also of the broader global community. A lot has been done in this respect, with lots of progress. And I don't mean just the launch of the Crimean Platform, which has been referred to today as a comprehensive platform for discussions and finding solutions for the occupation and reintegration of Crimea, but also the chain of resolutions, which, for reference, have been accepted and approved by the United Nations organizations, including the UN General Assembly, about the integrity of the Ukrainian territory, and all international organizations, including the regional ones, which means that from the standpoint of international law, there is a very clear judgment assigned to the actions and deeds of the Russian Federation, including the human rights protection aspect in Ukraine and in the Crimean territory. Speaking of the efforts invested so far, definitely there are efforts of the national level, and here we have to pay the tribute to the permanent representative office of Ukrainian president to the Republic of Crimea, particularly speaking of the national policy development for the occupation and reintegration of the peninsula, as well as other members and actors of the national level involved in this domain and field of actions. We fully understand that there is a greater need for further inspired efforts to be contributed, and we should not halt halfway in doing so. For example, yesterday, Nariman Jalal was yesterday sentenced to 17 years of imprisonment, and this is one of the many and most probably not the last sentence and verdict, which unlawfully has been declared, and we have to make sure our response is adequate. And I believe that our today's forum is a wonderful initiative to further promote discussion about the Crimea from the perspective of science and academic research. And this will naturally flow into the line of efforts and discussions taking place in the policymaking, diplomacy, lawmaking, rule of law implementation. And to finish my opening address, I would like to thank you once again on behalf of the USAID-supported program Human Rights in Action, which is implemented by the Ukrainian Helsinki Union, which is the organizer of today's action. While at the same time, we remain open for further initiatives and projects aiming at the occupation of Crimea. Thank you very much, dear Taras.
And we're grateful for your contributions and supporting this kind of event. So as a conclusion remarks for this first part of our academic forum, we really can see this very strong bridge that we created between the Office of the President, between the permanent representative of the president in Crimea, with the political inspirations, with the academical society, with our student society and our researchers. We really think that this kind of academic forum as an academic bridge between the practitioners, legislators, executives, and researchers would be mutually fruitful. And the voice of all our parts of our society will be heard. And we are really strong together on further steps on reintegration and brainstorming on further steps of reintegration. So I really wish very successful and fruitful brainstorming between our scientists for today. This is the closing remarks for the first part of to give the floor to our substantial part of our forum for the first panel that will cover legal aspects of the status of Crimea and defining contours of the national territorial autonomy. And here we will have the special our moderator, Dr. Andriy Matat, Chair of Constitutional Law of the Institute of Law of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. Within that forum, we are combining different legal scientists, professors, not only from Ukraine, but abroad, and I can see here our esteemed partners. So I will not maybe more deeply engaged in this forum, but I really want to because I'm also the lawyer, but I will shift the floor to our moderator of the first panel, Dr. Andriy Matat. You are the moderator, and I think that it would be more fruitful that you will introduce and you will start this first panel. I wish all of us success, inspiring, and we are moving forward and we are really deep engaged, involved in all that issues, and it would be fruitful for the state recovery. Thank you.
Many thanks, dear Ksenia. I'm pleasure to welcome on the first panel discussion. And my name is Andriy Matat. I'm a present Taras Shevchenko National University. I'm a PhD and assistant of the Constitutional Law Department. And on develop content of the national territorial autonomy of Crimea, and our panelists will present to all of us the optional model of Crimean Tatar autonomy to ensure the successful reintegration of the peninsula into Ukraine. And as we know, in Ukraine, there is a law on the indigenous people of Ukraine, which was adopted in 2021 to promote the consolidation and development of Ukrainian nation. as well as development of the ethics, cultural languages, and religions identity of all indigenous peoples of Ukraine, but the current model of autonomy did not provide protection for both indigenous peoples and did not protect the Ukrainian state in Crimea. And that's why Russia took advantage of in 2014. And I want to present some special topics and I want to discuss this on our panel. For example, the first of all, how should power be distributed between the organs of autonomy? And the next important question, what should be the relationship between the autonomous parliament and indigenous elected bodies, the Majlis and Kurultai of the Crimean Tatar people, and what should be their status and powers? Also, important questions and issues for us, and this is imposition of quotas for indigenous people in autonomous organs regions need to protect smaller indigenous people. And I welcome to the first panel discussion, our panelists from Ukraine and another country. And I want to invite Eskander Bariev, chairman of Crimean Tatar Resource Center, chairman of the Legal and International Affairs Directorate of the Majlis of the Crimea Tatar people. You are welcome.
Дякую, всім доброго дня, шановні учасники академічного форуму з питань Криму.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear participants of Academic Forum dedicated to Crimean issue. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, because as we speak about the occupation of Crimea, we already now have to understand what would be the future vision for post-war recovery for Ukraine and for Crimea. Already now we are fighting for the victory of Ukraine, but already now we understand that the occupation of Crimea depends mostly on our progress on the front line. And yes, we understand that with the successful actions of Ukraine armed forces, we will be able to deoccupy Crimea. But what kind of model will we apply for Crimea? What legal tools shall we offer for the decision makers be available? Are we going to get back to that model that Crimea used to live with? And that model was actually infringing on the Crimean Tatars' rights, and it even facilitated this swift occupation of Crimea. Therefore, the Euro autonomy that exists in the legal framework of Ukraine, which seems to be the administrative division for Ukraine, actually that autonomy was inherited from Russia. And I would like to say that the historic prerequisites for the autonomy for Ukraine was based on Crimean Tatar people and its political system on the Crimean Peninsula, and its fight for its rights for decades after the deportation in 1944. Currently, we have a number of Ukrainian laws that are regulating the legal framework for Crimea. And this is the law of Ukraine on the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the law of Ukraine on the Constitution of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and also the law of Ukraine on the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and also Article 10 of the Constitution of Ukraine. Unfortunately, Chapter 10 of the Constitution of Ukraine. Unfortunately, for these all years of occupation, And these laws have not been amended. And in my view, the Ministry on Temporarily Occupied Territories of Ukraine had to take this effort. But in the period of reintegration, we will have very little time to bring it all into due order. And besides, we cannot forget about the fifth column. We cannot overlook the factor of the fifth column that would impede the process of reshaping this new model, and that would impede the process of reintegration. Already now, we have to harmonize Ukrainian legislation with regard to Crimea and its specifics. We need to take into consideration the new model. And in theory, there are few models for autonomy. And the first idea is Kurultai. The Kurultai is the body that is elected by direct voting. And this is the chamber that would be represented by indigenous people, and also the chamber for the representatives of Crimea, those who would be voted for by means of direct elections. But the most widespread model is to have the separate body and representation body for the indigenous people, and to have this kind of representative body within the autonomy. And I would like to draw your attention to the fact that thanks to the fact that finally in 2021, the law on the indigenous peoples has been passed, and this was initiated by the president of Ukraine. Currently, we are working on implementation and enforcement of this law. And yes, we are working actively in this domain. And the first regulation has been passed. The first legal act has been passed that is providing for the legal status for Crimean Tatars. And another bill is underway now, providing for the opportunity to offer the consultations with the central executive authorities of Ukraine. I would like to underscore the fact that the autonomy of Crimea requires the national forum, and that would be the embodiment of the right for self-determination of the Crimean Tatars. The representative bodies of the indigenous Crimean Tatars should be acting within the powers that are defined by the Constitution of Ukraine. The Autonomous Republic of Crimea has the constitution of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea that is passed by the Parliament of Crimea, and also it has to be passed. Also, it has to get the approval from Kurultai and further be approved by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. The legal framework of Crimea cannot be in contradiction with the laws of Ukraine. The legal acts that pertain to the indigenous people and Crimean Tatars can only be passed with the consent from the indigenous people. The respective representative body has to show the will of these indigenous people. I'm short for time, but I would like to emphasize the fact that when we are discussing the interactions between the representative body, the Verkhovna Rada of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and the representative body of the indigenous people, for instance, when the head of the Council of Ministers for Crimea is elected, this process has to take place whether the adoption of Majlis and approval of Majlis, and it has to be approved also by the president of Ukraine. If we're talking about the representation of the indigenous peoples, we hope that such decisions that have been passed in 2014 not to be passed in the future. We need to have the proper representation of the indigenous peoples, and they need to be elected in multiple candidate district. For instance, in 2004 in Crimea, there was the faction of Kurultai, but they got only 14%. I would like to underscore the fact that when we are passing the decision, or the Autonomous Council of Crimea is passing the decision that pertains to the fate of the indigenous people, there have to be the representation from the indigenous people themselves, but also there have to be the system of coordination with the representative bodies. And this will allow us to solve the issues like land management, the issues related to the soils, and also the issues related to culture, to museums. And currently, the effective law is the first step towards resolving all these issues. This is the first step towards amending the Ukrainian legal framework and adopting and adjusting it for the new model which is yet to come. And also the mindset of Ukrainians is changing in terms of their perception of the indigenous peoples. In terms of the representation, for instance, Verkhovna Rada of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the representative body for the indigenous people in Crimea, these notions require separate laws, but the law on indigenous peoples also provide for these bodies. But still, we need to see the amendments in the legal framework, and also it pertains to the issues of the local government. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Speech, and I have a very short question to you. Tell us what the current mood is in Crimea.
Дійсно, зараз
Oh, yes, indeed. Currently, the mood in Crimea varies a lot. And I would like to say that Crimea of 2014 and Crimea of 2022 has changed drastically in terms of the perception of the population and the views of the citizens. During the years of this temporary occupation, over 600,000 citizens of the Russian Federation moved to Crimea, and they do have the impact on the mindset of those people who reside in Crimea. But after yesterday's address of the president of the Russian Federation, we are observing the change since many citizens of Crimea are currently called up to the army, and that includes Crimean Tatars. People don't know simply what to do. They are calling me. They have no idea how to proceed. They are getting these call-up papers, and they are asking for a piece of advice. So on one hand, Crimean Tatars are waiting for Ukraine to come back. They are looking forward to this as the future of Crimean Tatars and other indigenous peoples like Karims and the Krimchaks is only possible under the independent Ukraine. Therefore, on our side, we have to do our best to support our fellows.
And I need to information to our and about your questions to our panelists. If you want to ask, you can use a special option in the Zoom. This is Q&A, and you can type into your questions, and I read this for the speakers. And the next guest is Nelly Yakovleva, member of Parliament of Ukraine, deputy chairwoman of the Parliament Committee on Human Rights, the Occupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, national monitoring and international relations. You are welcome, Mrs. Nelly.
Доброго дня, дякую за надане слово, дякую за
Good
запрошення.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to greet all the participants of this academic forum. Already now in our committee, we are in session and we are discussing the occupation of Crimea within the framework of the full-scale aggression. So I would like also to pass on the greetings from the participants of our committee sessions. The fact that we are a bit desynchronized speaking about Crimean issues, this is the sign that we already now have to think what are we going to do after the occupation of Crimea. For 8 years, we have been discussing the diplomacy and diplomatic options and resolutions. Currently, we understand that the military method is now of priority and it is feasible now. But we could say that the occupation will take place in two domains, by military means and also by means of diplomatic negotiations. We do have the Crimean Platform caucus, and we are also discussing this in parliamentary dimension. So at the end of October in Croatia, the first Crimean Platform Summit will take place. This would be dedicated to the parliamentary domain, and the parliaments of different countries will participate. What has the world changed? Well, in fact, in 2014, the world didn't understand that Crimea is the issue of the global scale. Despite the efforts of our Western partners, we had to face the fact that we were on our own with dealing with our problems. And when Ukrainian grains were blocked in Ukraine, they finally understood that the issue of Ukraine and the issue of Crimea is the issue of global security. And finally, Crimea enjoys more attention, and those processes, like militarization of Crimea, that were underestimated, are highly now high on the agenda. And yes, indeed, we should improve our legislation. It requires certain amendments. The reintegration process will be a lengthy one. Let's be frank about that. People have been living under the occupation for quite a long period of time. Certain order has been imposed, and we know that there were some violations of the human rights. Therefore, we would need the legal framework being amended. And being the representative of the parliament, I would like to dwell upon that in detail. Undoubtedly, we would need to restore the constitutional order of Ukraine. And yes, we are well aware of the fact that the constitutional order cannot be changed before the deoccupation of Crimea. Therefore, we should think of how to proceed after the occupation and how are we going to proceed with the authority and with the government agencies in Crimea. We understand that the stringent legislation with regard to collaborating with Russians is in place, but still we have to reconsider our penitentiary system, and we have to make the projections already now of the possible convictions. Besides, we need to think of the prisoners, the political prisoners in Crimea. And already now we have to think about this number of court decisions that have been passed in the territory of Crimea. Besides the property right, convalidation of deeds that have been concluded in the period of occupation. Already now we have to think about that ahead. And also speaking about education, requalification, and also the validation of those qualifications that have been obtained by our citizens in the time of occupation. This is something of concern, and this pertains both to Crimea and to the eastern part of Ukraine. And speaking of the litigations, we do understand that we had some court cases that have not been closed in the occupied territories. And yes, in fact, we will have to make the decisions what to do about those criminal cases. The only thing that we could say for sure is the fact that we would require huge capacity in terms of staff. We will need the personnel. We will need professionals in different domains like mediation, facilitation of dialogue, and also we would need people who would have the vision of how we could live after the occupation. Of course, the main task for us would be to restore the fundamental rights and freedoms of those people who reside in temporarily occupied territories. Getting back to the issue that was brought up by Mr. Bariev, the issue with the law on indigenous peoples. Yes, indeed, it has been passed, but currently our committee, among others, is recommending to consider the bill on Crimean Tatars. As currently we have the debates about the future status of Crimean autonomy, and speaking about the option of letting the status quo remain, then we would not need any amendments to the constitution being made. But if we're going to pass the decision that we would like to switch it to the new legal status for the Crimean autonomy, we will need this law on Crimean Tatars. And yes, at the same time, we understand that the change in status would require the amendments to the constitution. And yes, this process is a long shot, but this is the necessary measure we will have to take. And if we actually opt for the change of the legal status of Crimea, we should also speak about the electoral quotas. We used to have this trend to include the representatives of Crimean Tatars to the party candidates lists. We don't know what would happen in future, whether there will be more or fewer Crimean Tatars on the party lists. We wanted to have the Crimean Tatars the granted representation in the parliament, and this is the practice that is used worldwide. There are some countries that are using this kind of hybrid systems when the whole territory of the country is carrying out the elections on one system, and there is a certain territory where the elections are taking place in another way, under another system. Since the electoral quotas, this is the positive discrimination, the means to provide representation of a certain minority or of certain community of peoples. And the figures behind this representation, this issue has not been solved, and yes, this is something to be discussed in future. But anyway, I am in favor of if we opt for amending the constitutional status of Crimea, we should also provide for the electoral quotas. Well, this is it from me for now, given that we are pressed for time. So I would like to wish us to have fruitful discussion and have a good debate. Thank you.
To your speech and a bit questions to you. I want to ask you about amendments to the constitution. Maybe there is a change project, some, or maybe it's only discussion about this amendments to the future in the another level in these aspects.
Well, currently, this is just a discussion, and we don't understand really what would be the parliament to consider those amendments into the constitution. Yet we understand that after the deoccupation, we will have as little time for thinking. So all those decisions that could be taken after the deoccupation, this is something that we can elaborate right now. There could be changes, but still we have to discuss now. We need to reach a consensus decision now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Я вас не чую.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Я бачу, у вас була піднята
Well,
рука.
I've seen your hand raised. Yes, indeed. I wanted to underline that the former Constitutional Commission had a working group, and that working group was working on the amendments to Chapter 10 of the Constitution. So there's a number of drafts, but I tend to agree with Ms. Nelly that we would need to actively work on this. But there's a first step that we already have. We have a law on the indigenous population, and this is something that is very important. So, on the one hand, we need to prepare the Ukrainian society to the need for the introduction of amendments to constitution, but on the other hand, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the administrative territorial unit, or in fact, the autonomy, goes outside of the definition of the integral state. So the Autonomous Republic and the autonomy based on the national-territorial characteristic means that there's a right for the self-determination of the indigenous people. So in accordance to the international law and a lot of international provisions, we do need to work on this as soon as possible.
For additional aspects in this kind of problem about the occupation and legal regulation status of Crimea after the occupation in Ukraine. Okay, we have a special guest on our panel discussion, and I'm so happy to invite Mr. Marku Suksi, professor, public law professor, Abu Academy University, and speech about problems of future reintegration opportunities and limitations of the legislative process outline of issues of electoral quotas. Best wishes to you, Mr. Marku, from Ukraine, and we are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matat. Thank you for your kind words, and I also thank Madam Smirnova for the kind words of welcome and for putting everything into context. I think it was very valuable to get the context in the way that has been given, also by the previous speakers in this panel. It is truly an honor for me to contribute to this academic Crimea Forum. And I also at the same time want to recognize the difficult tasks that the defenders of Ukraine are having at this moment. I hope them every success, not only militarily, but and defending the people of Ukraine, but also success in defending the rule of law. I think that is extremely important in the context. In my earlier scientific contributions, academic contributions, I have analyzed to some extent the Ukrainian constitution, and I also have written a little bit about the referendums in self-determination contexts. And in those articles on the referendum, I have obviously come to the conclusion that the referendums of 2014 on seceding from Ukraine were totally illegal and against all public international law, and obviously also against Ukrainian constitutional law. So I'm happy to continue from that platform of earlier contributions, and also try to give you a de lege ferenda perspective from my point of view, recognizing obviously that it is one thing to discuss this in Ukraine amongst Ukrainians, and quite another thing to sit somewhere else in Europe and try to make a presentation about how the legislation concerning Crimea should be evolving in the event there will be a deoccupation of Crimea, which we all hope. But what is important, obviously, is that a positive and an attractive future scenario, a future outlook for Crimea is created. I think that will probably be important also with a view to the population that is currently in place in Crimea. Now, the Constitution of Ukraine makes reference in several articles to the autonomous status of Crimea, like 133, that incorporates the Autonomous Republic of Crimea as a separate and unique sub-state entity in Ukraine. Article 134 identifies the Autonomous Republic of Crimea as an inseparable constituent part of Ukraine, and also says that it decides on the issues ascribed to its competence within the limits of authority determined by the Constitution of Ukraine. According to Article 135, subsection 2, however, normative legal acts of the Verkhovna Rada of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and decisions of the Council of Ministers of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea shall not contradict the Constitution and the laws of Ukraine. All these decisions in Crimea shall be adopted in accordance with the Constitution of Ukraine, the laws of Ukraine, acts of President of Ukraine, and the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, which is rather interesting in my view, and I will soon comment on that. Or rather, immediately say that Article 135, subsection 2, contains a norm hierarchical point. The legal acts of Crimea are of inferior nature in relation to the ordinary laws of Ukraine. Ordinary laws of Ukraine are at a higher level than the legal acts of Crimea. Article 135, subsection 2 also contains a point concerning legislative procedure. The legal acts of Crimea have to be adopted in accordance with procedures that the Ukrainian central government can influence, which is a bit complicated as well from the point of view of autonomy as such. Now, I've been carrying out quite a lot of research into autonomies in different parts of the world, including also Finland, where we have one autonomy, the Åland Islands. And on the basis of what I've done, I can say that autonomies can be compared, for instance, on the basis of two dimensions. And now I would like to have the slide, the one and only slide I will show here. It's a picture. Thank you very much. Autonomies can be compared, for instance, on the basis of two dimensions. Whether the autonomy is created in the constitution of the country, in this vertical line in the constitution of the country, or whether the autonomy is created in ordinary legislation, which also can be the case. The other dimension is whether the autonomy has legislative powers proper, lawmaking powers of an ordinary kind, or whether the autonomous entity only has some regulatory or administrative powers, on the other hand. And combining these two dimensions in this chart, I think indicates that, for instance, the Åland Islands in Finland is an autonomy that is placed in section 1 of the chart, because the Åland Islands is an entity established in the Constitution of Finland, and at the same time, it has its own lawmaking powers proper. We have other examples that we could place in that section too. For the sake of example, I placed there also Hong Kong and Macau, that are special autonomies in China, or rather they used to be so under the laws of China, but they are not anymore because the authoritarian nature of China could not allow the autonomy of Hong Kong and Macau to flourish as they could have. But plenty of other autonomies also could be featured in Section 1, such as the Basque country in Spain, or even the other autonomies in Spain, New Caledonia, which is in the Pacific Ocean, part of France, but is a strong autonomy. Then in Section 2, we have autonomies that are based on ordinary law. We find there entities that at the same time also have lawmaking powers proper. I would like to place Scotland in the UK there, also Faroe Islands and Greenland that belong to Denmark in that category. In Section 3, I would like to place Crimea alongside with Tibet in China and some other autonomous entities in China, which are local people's congresses. Crimea is certainly established in the constitution, but in my view, Crimea does not have lawmaking powers that are proper lawmaking powers, but they are rather regulatory powers in my view, because they have to, those powers have to conform to the laws of Ukraine. Not only to the constitution of Ukraine, but also to the laws of Ukraine, which puts them in an inferior position in relation to the general legislation of Ukraine. In that section, we could, as I said, also find other examples. I won't go into that. Then we have 1/4 section where the autonomy is developed on the basis of ordinary legislation, and at the same time, the autonomy only has regulatory powers or administrative powers. Those are weak powers as well. And I would want to then submit that because of this characterization of Crimea as one entity which is created under the constitution, yes, but that does not have lawmaking powers proper, I think Crimea is not a strong autonomy, or not at least as strong an autonomy as it could be if the law was different. So this is one consequence of this. Another consequence is that that there is a human rights implication concerning elections to the Crimean Legislative Assembly, Verkhovna Rada. Namely, the human rights consequence is that Article 3 of the first protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights concerning elections is not applicable on the elections to the Crimean Lawmaking Assembly and its operations. So I think there's an interesting human rights implication because of this status of Crimea. Under the interpretations of the European Court of Human Rights and the European Commission on Human Rights, an entity which has under the constitution of the country been delegated lawmaking powers proper is also under the protection of Article 3 of the first protocol to the convention. But this, I think, is not the case with Crimea at the moment. There does not exist anything that would force Ukraine to change the constitutional status of Crimea in any way, so that it would become a strong autonomy. There's nothing that is, so to say, compelling Ukraine to change the status of Crimea so that it becomes a strong autonomy. But it, as I said, it could be. But so if the wish is to improve the status of the Crimean autonomy, the Ukrainian constitution should be changed so that Crimea moves from an administrative autonomy in Section 1 of the chart to a legislative autonomy in Section 1 of the chart. So that movement perhaps could be effectuated by an amendment to the constitution. How to distribute the powers then? Sub-state entities, I believe, generally can be enjoying distribution of powers in 3 different ways. If we start with federations, the states in federations normally have residual powers, while the federal level has enumerated powers. That's so in the United States, that's so in Germany, and in many other places. Now, for a regular autonomy, the distribution of powers the opposite image, where normally the legislature of the state has enumerated power, residual powers, while the autonomous entity has enumerated powers. So it's the other way around compared to federations. And it appears that Crimea has this typical autonomy solution for distribution of powers. The powers of Crimea are enumerated. There's another third option which is in force in Finland in respect of the Åland Islands. The powers of both the Legislative Assembly of the Åland Islands and the Parliament of Finland are enumerated. So there's also the third option. I'm not sure if that's on the table for Crimea. But it appears that that even the current distribution of powers could be developed into a model which gives more powers to Crimea. But already the fact that Crimea would be granted lawmaking powers proper would be an important step as concerns the distribution of powers. Because right now, I would say Crimea does not really have any autonomous powers of lawmaking. As concerns then the various minorities of Crimea, several alternatives exist, one of which is that the Tatar population is granted non-territorial cultural autonomy within the entire territory of Ukraine, not only in Crimea, because I'm suspecting that Tatars also live elsewhere in Ukraine than only in Crimea. Also, other minorities in Crimea could be recognized other and different minority rights. So each and every group of persons would not necessarily have to have exactly the same minority rights. There can be a variation depending on the needs of that minority group. When the autonomous territory of Crimea acts in relation to its minorities, including the indigenous populations like the Tatars, Crimea effectively becomes the state from the point of view of human rights regulation. Because that probably means that the Tatars are under the decisions of the autonomous entity of Crimea, just in the same way as any other, so to say, non-indigenous person in Crimea is. And from that point of view, I think I recognize the need to have a relatively ordinary electoral system, which may include quotas. I am not per se against quotas, but I think it's important to have a regular representation of Tatars in all decision-making bodies. But in addition to that, it might be possible to design a non-territorial autonomy of some sort, where the Tatars themselves would constitute themselves in a representative body elected only by the Tatars in a manner that would represent the Tatars as a community in relation to the public bodies, not only of Crimea, but also of Ukraine in its entirety. So I'm putting forward the option of not only arranging regular elections amongst Tatars, perhaps with some quotas that may or may not be effective, but also the possibility that we know from the Nordic countries, from amongst the Sami in the Nordic three countries of the north of Europe, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, that they have a bit differently organized, but nonetheless non-territorial autonomies that in principle cover the entire country. With that, I think Tatars would be able to give a collective voice in situations where they might have to give the free, prior, and informed consent that Mr. Bariev already referred to. I'm not so sure that indigenous peoples normally are able to give a consent, but at least they can participate in the discussion and perhaps have other means of influence by means of non-territorial autonomy. With that, I think I want to finish my contribution at this stage and open to questions later on. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, and thank you and your country for supporting Ukraine. I have a question about the roadmap of the occupation of Crimea. What do you think? We should work on the roadmap ourselves or together with international partner states? I mean, the roadmap can be the basis for legislative reforms in Ukraine.
I think you may want to keep it in your own hands, but I'm thinking that international partners may give good input. I think it's very important to design a roadmap, and as I said in the beginning, create a positive and attractive outlook for, so to say, de lege ferenda. What happens when everything again is not back to normal, but back to something that we might want to see. I think it would be important to create a roadmap that would somehow give a feeling for the position of the population of Crimea, that all individuals can feel themselves accepted members of society. All those who remain there, they have a justified humanitarian claim to be treated as ordinary members of society. I totally appreciate the fact that this can be extremely difficult in some cases, but I think that should be the, so to say, the humanitarian aim of bringing some normalcy to the situation.
Yes, I agree, because the problem of the occupied of Crimea has become a problem of the whole world, and it's not only problem our country. I want to remind I invite participants to ask questions to our speakers, and you can use a special option in the Zoom. This is Q and action, Q and answers, I'm sorry, and this is a special opportunity for you if you want to ask to our speakers. Okay, the next we discuss about Crimea Tatar national-territorial autonomy, regulatory and legal guarantees of the rights and the freedoms of the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. And I want to start to discuss with my dear colleague, Professor Deshko, on improving the law of Ukraine of indigenous people as a basis for the adoption of the legislation and local acts. In this aspect, also interesting is the issue of improving the constitutional and legal status of the representative body. After all, it's necessary to understand where I mean to start. Maybe it's registration procedure, and it's also important to understand the role of involving the body in discussion making. And dear Lyudmila Deshko, you are welcome, and the next time is yours.
Thank you, Andriy. It's a great honor to be here for me. Having restored independence in 1991, Ukraine took up its duty to promote the development of ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious identity of all indigenous people and national minorities of Ukraine. The Constitution of Ukraine also established the rule of law according to which the rights of indigenous people and national minorities are determined exclusively by the laws of Ukraine. This constitutional norm found its development in the law of Ukraine on indigenous people of Ukraine, adopted by the Parliament of Ukraine only in 2021. Although Ukraine introduced the term indigenous people into its legal system back in 1996, nevertheless, only in the law of Ukraine on indigenous people, for the first time in the legislation of Ukraine, clear definition of the concept of indigenous people of Ukraine appeared. Defining the list of those indigenous people of Ukraine which were found on the territory of the Crimean Peninsula itself: Crimean Tatars, Crimea, Karens. Also, with the law, the state-regulated legal status of indigenous people in Ukraine laid in groundwork for the development of normative legal and organizational legal guarantees of the rights and freedom of indigenous people. In class 3 of Article 119 of the Constitution of Ukraine contains norms according to which local state administration within relevant territory ensure implementation of state and regional programs of social and economic and cultural development, program of environmental protection, program of the national and cultural development in location of compact settlements of indigenous peoples and national minorities. As we know, active European integration process in Ukraine, fundamental reforms taking place in Ukraine, for example, decentralization reform, for example, healthcare reform, education reform, as well as such as a factor like the full-scale aggression of the Russian Federation that determines the expediency and necessity of developing balanced normative and legal and organization and legal mechanism for ensuring the rights and freedoms of indigenous people of Ukraine for the reintegration of Crimean Peninsula into Ukraine. The foundation of normative and legal protection of the rights of the indigenous people of Ukraine are consolidated by the Declaration of the State Sovereignty, the Constitution of Ukraine, International Human Rights Act to which Ukraine is a member of, the Declaration of the Rights of Nationalities, the Law of Ukraine on the indigenous people of Ukraine. Unlike national minorities, indigenous peoples don't have their own state formation outside the country of residence. They don't have ethnically related states like historical homeland. So Crimean Tatars, Crimea, Karens don't have their own state formation outside the territory of Ukraine. The Crimean Tatar national territorial autonomy is a special basic for the organization and activities and activity of state authority and local self-government bodies on the territory of the Crimean Peninsula, as well as for the relation of the rights and freedoms of indigenous people of Ukraine on the peninsula. When creating its legal basic, it is undeniable that it should be based on the principle of unity and integrity of the state territory of Ukraine, a combination of centralization and decentralization through the exercise of state power, balance of social and economic development of a region, taking into account the historical, economic, ecological, geographical, and demographic futures, and ethic and cultural tradition. On the development direction of normative legal guarantees of the rights and freedoms of peoples of Ukraine on the territory of Crimean Peninsula is the issue of historical lands. Today, the territory of Crimean Peninsula is occupied by Russia, and a large part of representatives of the indigenous peoples of Ukraine either live on the territory of the Crimean Peninsula temporarily occupied by Russia, or were forced to leave their historical lands, becoming forced migrants. At the same time, a number of them became eternally displaced persons more than once due to Russian temporary occupation of the territory of Ukraine in south, east, and north of Ukraine. A number of representatives of indigenous peoples of Ukraine were forced to move into foreign states. It can be seen that the legislation of Ukraine and the bylaw of the Crimean Tatar national autonomy must determine the procedure for returning lands to the representatives of indigenous people as having been forcibly displaced person on the result of Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's also considered expedient to establish the legislation a period of time during which peoples of Ukraine can declare their claims for land and resources. Another issue that needs to be resolved when improving the regulatory and legal mechanism for ensuring the rights and freedoms of indigenous people of Ukraine is the establishment is the Constitution of Ukraine, the right of indigenous people of Ukraine to create representative bodies, as well as consolidating in the legislation of Ukraine the procedure for their formation and functioning. Therefore, in paragraph 3, clause 1, clause 2 of Article 2 of the law of Ukraine on indigenous peoples of Ukraine refers to the representative bodies of the indigenous people of Ukraine, which are created to operate in accordance with the constitution and laws of Ukraine. Despite the fact that in the constitution of Ukraine, the term indigenous people is used in 3 articles. These are Article 11, Article 92, and 119. The Constitution of Ukraine doesn't mention the representative body on the indigenous people of Ukraine. It's not mentioned in the law of Ukraine on local self-government in Ukraine. The issue of improving of legal status of the representative body of the indigenous people of Ukraine is also relevant. For example, according to Clause 1 of Article 8 of the Law of Ukraine on Indigenous People of Ukraine, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine makes a decision to establish legal status of the representative body of the indigenous people after submitting the relevant draft decision for consideration to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, but the central body of executive power, which ensures the formation and implementation of state policy in the field of international relation or religion and protection of the rights of national minorities of Ukraine. It should be taken into account that the legislation of Ukraine should have a safeguard that would allow, in case if that decision is not submitted within a certain period of time for consideration of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, the submission of the project is to be submitted directly to the representative body of the indigenous people of Ukraine or to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine on the basis of an appeal by this body. Another direction within the development of the normative and legal mechanism for ensuring the rights and freedoms of indigenous people of Ukraine on the territory of the Crimean Peninsula is the issue of the participation of the indigenous people of Ukraine through representative bodies in the process of making political decisions regarding issues that directly concern them. According to Clause 4 of Article 8 of the Law of Ukraine on Indigenous People of Ukraine, in case that the indigenous people of Ukraine don't have a representative body or such a representative body doesn't have legal status, consultation are not held. In order to create a safeguard when the state has relations with indigenous peoples who have not created their own representative bodies of side or if such a representative body has been created de facto, but the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine hasn't yet made a decision to establish its legal status. For example, the decision is at the stage of consideration. Makes decision about them without any forms of cooperation. It is seen as a goal to ensure in the legislation of Ukraine and bylaws a norm according to which the state is obligated to conduct consultation and carry out other forms of cooperation with representatives of the indigenous people of Ukraine, independently whether they have created representative bodies or not. Also, in view of the fact that the law of Ukraine on indigenous people of Ukraine refers to measures to strengthen support for indigenous people, in particular small indigenous people who are under threat of extinction. It is considered to improve necessarily the introduction mechanism of such measures. like providing for consultation with representative bodies, not only on request of these representative bodies, but also at the demand of state authority and local self-government. Thank you, Andrei.
Many thanks, Professor Deshko. Yes, we have a lot of tasks in this area, and we must work more and more for our victory and a better life in Ukraine. That's why we need to reform our legislation also. The next speakers is Pavlo Romaniuk, my colleague from the Yaroslav Mudry National University, associate professor, legal advisor at the non-government organization Opora. Quotes have already been mentioned, and so let's discuss this issue with Pavlo Romaniuk. You are welcome, Pavlo.
Thank you, Andrei, for the wonderful presentation of me. With your permission, I present my report in Ukrainian. Але перед початком своєї доповіді
Now, before the beginning of my report, let me greet all the members, participants of this forum, and to thank the organizers for starting this platform for debates and discussions. That is one step towards the reconstitution of the territorial integrity. A couple of months ago, I was invited as an expert.
To be the expert, and they have offered me to speak about the quotas during the elections. And I was thinking, what could I speak? And after I have been reading and reviewing the essays that were submitted by the students, it prompted me to consider the issue of political representation of indigenous people and the means to provide for this representation. Our today's discussions are mostly focused on the future. They are future-oriented. They are about the time when we would regain Crimea and what would be the legal status for Crimea. But today, I would like to focus on those means that would enable the restoration of Crimea and at the same time to expand this participation of indigenous peoples and national minorities into the life of Ukrainians. And actually, Crimean Tatars, Karims, and Krimchaks should be actively engaged in the political life of Ukraine. And actually, this would encourage people feel that they are the biggest value of Ukraine, and they would have rights, and they would feel that they are properly presented, they are properly represented. Therefore, the law on indigenous peoples was passed in 2021, and it provides for the national level stipulation for the indigenous peoples and their representation. But how can this representation be provided for? By means of political rights that are granted by the legal framework. For instance, the right to assembly, the right to appeal, the right to submit their requests. We know that the electoral right is also among this, and we understand that currently people are not allowed to vote if they are located in temporarily occupied territories. And I don't want to resort to criticism of the e-voting right now, but I would like to say that there are some risks in electoral processes. Speaking of the means to resolve the issue of political representation, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the European Court on Human Rights, in the case of Grosser versus Romania in 2010, was ruling that the single-minded constituencies should provide for the proper representation of the national minorities in the places where they are present in terms of the geography. Some forms of even preferential voting, where the voters could offer some ranking for the candidates, could help for the representation of the groups and indigenous people. Besides, this political representation could be facilitated by the lower thresholds to make it to the representative body. But speaking of the cases of ECHR, I was trying to find out what are the pros and cons of the approaches that could be applied, but only with the debate we could find a proper resolution. And I should say that there are two ways, two tools to attain the goal. The first one is by means of reforming the system. The reforming the system in terms of the electoral legislation. And it requires the debate of two issues: the implementation of various types of quotas, which would offer these citizens of Ukraine to get the representation in the parliament, or the use of some other electoral tools that would facilitate their representation in the parliament. Speaking about quotas, in the view of the electoral discourse, we should speak about the third type of quotas. But let's first focus on the first two groups of quotas that could be exercised within the framework of the Constitution and the electoral law. This is the model of the reserved seats that are reserved for certain groups in parliament. And mostly these norms are stipulated at the constitutional level. For instance, this is the model that is stipulated in Romania in Article 62. Or another option is to send the proportion of the candidates of a certain group to the parliament. These quotas could also pertain to the list of the candidates. For instance, in Ukraine, in the electoral code, there is the requirement in terms of the gender quotas and the initial listing. According to this principle, the party lists have to contain the representatives of both genders, and this is five, and for each five candidates, and the proportion would be 2 to 3. Besides, we could also have the separate constituency being established for the places where the indigenous people reside, or in general in the Crimean Peninsula, we could have a separate constituency. Therefore, we could use some special electoral systems. So for instance, by the method of a board, we could have the representatives to the assemblies, like in Italy and Hungary. But this is just 2 mandates out of 90. I don't know if everyone is aware what board system is. This is the analogy with the Eurovision. If you know how the Eurovision winner is selected, this is the board system actually. Another option is the reduction of the threshold, bringing it down to the natural threshold, meaning the amount of votes that would allow for the candidates to get at least one mandate. For instance, in Poland, there is no need to pass the electoral threshold for the ethnic minorities. Or in Germany, the parties who have obtained enough votes within the mixed system, they don't have to pass the electoral threshold. So these are the options, but in 2022, only one party, the National Council for Germans in Hungary, was able to pass to the parliament under the system in Hungary. Another way to resolve the matter, which would offer the proper political representation of indigenous people, is the reforming of the legislation on political parties. And it could contain the twofold discussion. The first dimension would be about the voluntary quotas. When the parties would pledge to include certain candidates in their party list, and this is the same approach as with gender quotas. And also another option is to introduce the quotas through the party programs or founding charters of the political parties. And another dimension is to alleviate the requirements to the parties that would facilitate the smaller political groups to make it to the greater representation bodies. But this approach requires the amendment of the legal framework, namely the selection of the electoral system that would foster the victory and would foster the seats being actually taken by these groups in parliament. There is another option which requires certain advocacy on behalf of the indigenous peoples, but still there are some risks of regional dimension coming to the fore and some separatist movements coming to the fore. Summing it all up, in my opinion, we should focus on those means which would provide for the political representation already now. And in parallel, we have to work on the processes that are aimed at the occupation of Crimea. It was not by chance that I haven't mentioned the only way to proceed. I just wanted to outline the possible ways to provide for the political representation of indigenous peoples. And I would like to underscore the fact that there is no silver bullet, and there are some pros and cons in each and single system. And the fact that we are continuing the discussion, this is already a step forward, and this is an indicator that we live in a democratic state. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your questions.
Pavlo from Kharkiv. We pray for Kharkiv for peace and victory in this territory of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Many thanks for your remarks and thesis. This is also important for legal aspects in the legal status of Crimea. And if we don't have questions, we can close our the first panel discussions. And oh no, Mr. Iskander, please.
Дякую, пане Андрію. У мене є
Thank you so much, Andrei, for giving me the floor. I actually have two comments. First and foremost, I would like to thank Ms. Lyudmila for outlining clearly the difference between the indigenous peoples and the national minorities. And I also wanted to bring your attention to the fact that indigenous peoples are related to the territory. There is the connection with the territory they reside. So when we speak about the national territorial autonomy, we need to have this kind of link with the territory because this is the territory where these these peoples were formed, and they don't have other states. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Pavlo Romanuk for offering us a couple of models to follow. Yes, indeed, we looked into these options, but we do have Ukrainian experience. And let me remind you that in 1994, Ukrainian parliament, Ukrainian Crimean parliament had the multi-mandate constituencies, and the representatives of the indigenous peoples were elected in these constituencies. Therefore, in Ukrainian history, the representatives of Crimean Tatars were part of the Ukrainian parliament, but it would depend in future on the goodwill on political party, whether they would like to include the representatives of the indigenous people to the party list or not, as it used to happen in the past, for instance, in some center-right parties. But this is about the political process. But I think that we should speak about the legal framework and about the way we could stipulate the representation of indigenous peoples, as we do not have the legislative powers. We only have the powers of a legislative initiative. Therefore, it is very important to add to the electoral law of Ukraine and also the other bylaws the fact that the indigenous peoples should be represented based on quotas. And our suggestion is to have the separate constituency for indigenous peoples. And since Crimean Tatars, before the full-scale aggression, before the war against Ukraine, constituted only 0.5%, we were discussing the opportunity to have 2 or maybe 3 mandates in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. So there are some issues that are debatable. We do have certain ideas how to proceed, and I'm very grateful for your interest. And together, I'm sure that we will be able to resolve all these matters in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bariev. Thank you so much for your work. And yes, indeed, in the nearest future, we will see some progress.
If I may,
Like to
dear
Eric?
dear moderator, dear panelists, if I may, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for having dedicated this time. We are running a bit late on time, but indeed it was very insightful and thought-provoking, and we have been making many notes based on your speeches. We will try to prepare a policy paper based on your insights, on your advice. Also, lots of interesting models were outlined today based on the comparison with foreign practice. So I am really grateful for you. And yeah, as Andrei said, I think that it's time to close our first discussion. And the next, I would like to give the floor to Bogdan Veselovsky, who is the secretary of the Interfractional Parliamentary Group Crimea Platform. He will outline their priorities, their work, and tell more about their current agenda. Bogdan, you're welcome.
Dear participants, dear colleagues, I thank the organizers for allowing me to speak at this wonderful and beautiful event. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bogdan Veselovsky. I am International Secretary of Crimean Platform Interfractional Association, and I'm currently a PhD student at Shevchenko Kyiv National University. I prepare a short presentation in English for our foreign guests, and I share my I share my screen and
Yeah, we see it.
yes, and I continue in Ukraine.
As we know, on the 22nd of September, we had the inauguration summit of the Crimean Platform, and at the same day, Verkhovna Rada made a decision on facilitating international relations in the frames of the Crimean Platform, considering the aggression of Russian Federation. This has initiated the Crimean Platform, in fact. So the leading role in this parliamentary dimension goes to this IFA Crimea Platform that was established in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine in December 2020. The interfractional association promotes active cooperation within parliamentary assemblies of international organizations, as well as in constant dialogue with our international partners. The IFAs usually are close clubs that raise the topics that are never discussed there, primarily left in shadow, so to say. The thing is that despite the committees, which are the official parts of the Verkhovna Rada, these are not funded by the budget and they have no clearly identified responsibilities. But we have a unique situation. The IFA, Crimean Platform, is created in order to facilitate the implementation of laws and strategic programs on the deoccupation or integration of Crimea, protection of interests and rights of Ukrainian citizens in occupied Crimea, and compensation of Russia for damages caused by its illegal action. The main goal of the IFA is to ensure the active participation of the parliament and the coordinated work of all factions in those areas. Now, our co-chairs of the IFA are Vadim and his colleague. We have Vadim Halaychuk, Artem Chehos, Mustafa Jamilov, and others. So, talking about the internal part of the work of the IFA, we are developing different draft governments on the occupation of Crimea. Now, of course, this is impossible without an international dimension, and I'm responsible for that. There's we conduct different events at interparliamentary assemblies. For example, at the Council of Europe, in 2022, we are planning and we are actively preparing for informal side event, and we are also cooperating with different other agencies in order to discuss the violation of human rights. And hopefully there will be a lot of representatives of parliament, in fact, from 46 parliamentary countries. So also, this would allow to bring the issue of Crimea at the front place of the agenda, at the top of the agenda, in fact. And hopefully, the events like that will continue and they will engage more and more Ukrainian and international NGOs, because earlier these events were impossible due to COVID pandemics. Thanks. Then we've done some statements to the different parliaments. Earlier there was a decision with regards to Narman Jalal, and as well as brothers Aziz and Assam Akhtemov. And our members are calling upon the national parliaments in order to reinforce the sanctions. We're creating a special list named after Neriman Jalal that's dealing with the sanctions against the prosecutors, against the judges who participated in taking decisions against Neriman Jalal and others. Then we're The IFA is also preparing for the first parliamentary summit of the Crimean Platform that was already mentioned by the participants of this forum. And I would like to have a more information on that. The first parliamentary summit, it will continue the tradition of well, the high-level summits. So we'll continue cooperating with the international partners. The summit that took place on the 23rd of August 2021, despite of its governmental nature, at the initiative of the Ukrainian MPs like Nezintseva, Lesa Vasylenko, and others, the most the famous and the most popular members of the international parliaments took place. So currently, the parliamentary cooperation parliamentary format is becoming more official, so to say, as we will have an interparliamentary summit, and hopefully it will allow the Ukrainian side to share more information on the current condition in the Crimea, and it will promote the advocacy of the Crimean issue. Because parliamentary means there would be representatives of the people, so the people would be more aware of the Crimea and would be able to support the Crimean efforts to restore their independence. And as we know, the parliamentary summit will take place in Zagreb, and it will be an annual event designed to discuss a lot of issues, and these will be interpreted into a joint statement of the participants of the Zagreb summit. Now, what would be the next steps after this summit? The IFA would continue, of course, working, and we are already working on other activities, other events, and uh, in addition to these above mentioned activities, we believe that this international activity will result in the establishment of interparliamentary assembly, something like base or PA of NATO, and other relevant organizations. This format would facilitate the coordination of positions with international partners. It can serve as an example for other territories which are occupied for territorial, political, and other reasons. Well, this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer all of them through email, through social media page, or through other contacts. And I'll be able to provide my presentation for those interested. So thank you for your attention. Crime has always been and will always be Ukrainian. Thank you for your attention.
Very interesting to find out on the details of your work and your key priorities and key area goals. And now I believe that it's time to start our second discussion dedicated to the plan of economic recovery developed by the Crimea Platform in cooperation with the Kyiv School of Economics and the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. And I would like to give the floor to the moderator of this discussion, Mr. Timothy Milovanov.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you very much for being here, for listening and caring about Crimea and the future of Crimea. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers for the next about 90 minutes. We'll try well, a little bit late, so we'll try to be a bit shorter. We have Andriy Ligach, Alexandra Azarkhina, Roman Sheremeta, Anton Nananov, and Artem Bidenko. Andriy Ligach is a professor at the Kyiv State University, Kyiv National University. He's CEO of the Advanter Group, and he's founder of Nova Karina. And everyone know Andriy Everyone knows Andriy. Andriy is extremely active in advocacy of Ukraine, in business community, in economic policy. He's a member of a number of advisory boards, in particular, most recently of the Economic Council with the Vice Prime Minister for Economy. Alexandra Azarkhina is Deputy Prime Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, and she is a driving force and the energy behind most of the thinking, if not all of the thinking, that was presented at the as the future concept of the economic development. Roman Sheremetyev is one of the, top one, top two economists according to Forbes, Ukrainian economist. He's very well cited, very well known in international and in Ukraine. He is a founding director of American University of Kyiv, and he also has a full-time position, tenured position at Case Western Reserve University. Anton Nananov is a professor at the Kyiv National University, and he has been working on the economic tools that can be employed. He has been studying actually what can be done to foster growth in Crimea. And Artem Bidenko has devoted a lot of time to specific industries and potential development of there, including in particular tourism and entertainment. So we are going to start with a round of comments, about 5 minutes. Given the time constraint, I really would like to give some opportunity for Q&A either from me or from the audience. So the audience, please put your comments and questions in Q&A. You have at the bottom of Zoom, you have Q&A button. You can click on it and then put questions there. You can ask questions ranging from conceptual. Is it the time right now to actually think about economic development in Crimea? Because it appears to be a really, first of all, militarily, political, and maybe diplomatic, but that's the objective at this point. Should we be thinking about institutional development? Should we be thinking about specific industries? Or you can ask questions, what do we do about the environmental impact, that Crimea is suffering because of the policies of the Russian Federation during the occupation, and more recently, even more so because of the military activities there. We all read news about the ecological disaster implications for it will take years and billions of dollars to clean that up. So, the questions, the panel we have is really diverse and truly fantastic. I think it would be really interesting to see what perspectives people have, both on prioritization and what specifically can be done and will be done. Azarkhina will join us in a little bit. She is the deputy minister, so the demands for her on her time are a little bit stressful, especially during the war. It's in infrastructure. We all read the news, what happens with this infrastructure daily. But we are very lucky that she will be joining us. I'm going to start with Andrei, and I'm asking to have about 5 minutes intro, and then we'll have a Q&A. I have some questions prepared from myself, but also I encourage everyone to ask that very question that you always wanted to ask, put it in Q&A. Thank you, Andrei, please.
I will be shorter than 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to say that in 2014, on the very beginning of this year, we had prediction that Crimea will be occupied by Russians. So we started with preparing an idea how to prove citizens of Crimea that they should protect Crimea from this Russian invasion. And the idea at that time was to make a special vision of Crimea as a Ukrainian Singapore, as a territory of quick economical growth, of special taxation rules, etc. But we fought with this idea for sure, and we decided to rethink our ideas concerning Crimea. Now, first of all, we see that Crimea should be not a special economic zone after their Ukraine will defeat Russia. Crimea will back to Ukraine. the best option for Ukraine, for the-occupied territories, is to become the equal territories with other parts of Ukraine, in order to protect Ukrainian future from discretion, from the increasing of level of corruption during using of special economic zones. For now, we see that the only possible option for Ukraine is to have the equal rules for businesses in every territory to do not let disparities of regions increase using the policies and rules made by the state. Equal rules means the most interesting, the best territories for economic growth, for startups, for new business, for investments, for entrepreneurship, as it is on whole territory of Ukraine. But for sure, we will need to have a special policies for the Crimea in order to readopt, first of all, real estate, the businesses registered in Crimea, registered before the 2014 and after the 2014. We will need to have a special rules for the businesses who will back to Crimea, but these rules should be equal to the other territories on the economics point of view, but the special rule of law. And the last point is that we will need to have approximately $50 billion investments for Crimea in the next 10 years, in accordance with the national economic strategy we prepared 2 years ago, in order to make Crimea the territory as developed as the rest territory of Ukraine in the newest terms. Thank you. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Andrei. And let's move to Roman Sheremeta. And then the questions I'll do a quick Q&A run at the end of once we have the intro remarks. Roman.
Thank you, Tim. It's good to see you and good to see so many friends on the call. I'm just going to make a couple of remarks as Andrei did. I'm not going to probably take all 5 minutes. I just want to say that the reintegration of Crimea into Ukraine will be a challenge. It will be challenged specifically because of the population that is there. That's my biggest concern, is unfortunately because of the mass deportations and changing and then inflow of Russians into Crimea, the mindset of Crimean people is quite different than from the rest of Ukraine. That's why Russia was able to occupy Crimea in the first place. And so the native Tatars and people that really have the most important claim on Crimea, unfortunately, is a small minority. So the big problem that I see before even going into economic solution is the demographic solution. How do we reintegrate these people into the mindset of Ukraine? And how do we change that propaganda, change the whole mindset that has been developed now for I would say for the past 15 years, even before the annexation. So that's my first concern. That's sort of my biggest concern, because once we pass that hurdle, I think the rest will be done. Now, economically speaking, I completely agree with Andrei that we should make it an equal territory with the rest of Ukraine. There should be no special preferences to anyone, because these preferential laws completely destroying the market economy and the competition. That we should be promoting free markets and the rule of law and equity for everyone. So that's just to reiterate Andrei's point, but I do see very specific industries that Crimea, that $50 billion that Andriy mentioned, maybe even more, to be invested in the very specific industries, because Crimea does have a comparative advantage. Now, what are those comparative advantages? That's something that we need to discuss and have in mind when we, talk about Crimea. First of all, of course, it's tourism, because Crimea, I think, for me, it's a combination of Florida and California. Beautiful coastlines, incredible sceneries. I still remember as a kid when I was in Crimea, to me, it's still one of the most beautiful places that I've seen in my life. I remember Yalta, Lastочкино Гнездо. I remember all of these beautiful sites, and I think if the infrastructure is there, if the good airports are there, and tourists can fly, I think it will be a great tourist destination. Many people from around the world, once Ukraine is liberated, Crimea is liberated, will want to come and see. So I think tourism is something that we will need to invest heavily to make it really, a top attraction for Ukrainians and for the rest of the world. The second thing, of course, Crimea is a port. It has so many access to port access, and given that Ukraine will become a leader in many fields, including we are already leaders in agricultural, supply of grain and oil and other things, but we will do more than that. So developing ports and building infrastructure that is well connected and suitable for accepting cargo from all over the world and sending ships all over the world, that will be another industry that I see as an important investment. And the third thing that I think, there's other things that I really would like to see happening in Crimea is to building a brand of wineries. I've been many times to California. I lived in California for 4 years, and going to Napa Valley and see these incredible wineries that literally in Napa Valley created a whole, cities of these wineries that are connected and making some of the best wine in the world. I think that's something that really we can make a trademark and be known in the rest of the world, which is also important, thinking strategically, developing a trademark of Ukraine in different countries, including United States. Just to let you know, Georgia, for example, has a much stronger trademark in United States than Ukraine. And so thinking strategically and how to do this will be very important in order to utilize that comparative advantage that Crimea has. I'm done. Thank you, Timothy.
Thank you very much. Let me check if Ms. Azarkhina is here, but I don't think so. So we are eagerly awaiting Alexandra, but she soon will be with us in about 7 minutes. And we're going to move to Anton Nananov.
Good day, everyone. Very nice to meet you. Many of you are familiar to me too, and once again, I am very much honored to have the floor. Actually, I was instructed that I probably need to speak a little bit about instruments of economic development and how we can fasten this process. From my perspective, just a very small prerequisite for any successful Ukrainian project on the Crimea Peninsula, I do believe that we need to settle about the status of the Crimea, not being a legal person or lawyer or anyhow connected to these legal issues, but being a volunteer and meeting a lot of local people who are now fighting for Ukraine. I want to say that many Tatars and many people who are military men right now and who were born in the Crimea, they are saying that probably Crimea needs, after liberation, needs to be an integral part of Ukraine, and they are frankly not supporting the idea of its autonomy. And frankly speaking, this is my point too. I do believe that probably it needs to have the same legal status as one of the parts of Ukraine, and probably consequently it needs to have I fully support this point from Andriy and from Roman that probably we can't do any exceptions from economic perspective to local business and definitely needs to be fully integrated to Ukrainian economy and have definitely the same rules as all other businesses in Ukraine are having. But focusing on some economic ideas, how we can bolster this process and fasten this recovery after Ukrainians Ukrainians liberation of the peninsula. I'm just thinking that probably we do not need to be very afraid of printing money. And in case we all believe and we are all very optimistic about investments from United States, from European Union, we do believe that we will have these investments. But once again, being probably a monetarist more than I need to be, I do believe that it's not a big deal if Ukraine will keep on printing money and investing this money in local businesses and banking systems. It needs to be the first hand and needs to give the first hand to Ukrainian companies that will be back to the peninsula and local companies that are operating probably right now there, and they will stay Ukrainian and will work with Ukrainian government. So probably that's it. So I'm focusing on two ideas. First of all, we need to be sure about the legal status of peninsula after liberation, and the second point that probably monetary instruments need to prevail. Classic Keynesian absorption approaches from the perspective of economic recovery. So if any questions, please don't hesitate to put. Once again, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Anton. Thank you. And we're going to move to Artem. Artem, nice to host you. And yeah, it's nice to see you here. Yeah.
Hello, thank you. I will speak in Ukrainian, if I may, if moderator is not against that.
Yes, I will try to be as concise as possible in terms of my intro address. So the situation with the Crimean economy has so many resemblances and analogies to a body which has a part or an organ amputated, like one of an extremity, but whether it's a leg or hand, in terms of that extremity, it cannot survive independently from the body and vice versa. So the key objective will be to recover of that part of the body, placing it in the place where it belongs and making sure it's viable. Definitely we could make a focus on some conservative industries such as agricultural or rather agrarian industry, because there was quite a strong capacity and productive results, particularly in horticulture, in grain production, seed production, and winemaking, which was referred to by Roman. And currently, basically everything except for horticulture have been in a very deep state of decay. Rice production in those 300,000 tons of rice, including the export capacity, are no longer produced in Crimea. Speaking of the seed production capacity, the situation is dissimilar, because the seed pool used in Russian Federation is not applicable for the Crimean specificity, while the Ukrainian Agrarian Academy has a very particular selection of varieties and species. One of the elements of recovering will be recovering of the agrarian industry into Crimea, cultural recovery, and powerful emphasis on winemaking and the respective cultural development, which might be of interest to the rest of the world. Another important aspect to focus on is that Crimea indeed is a memorable and very recognizable brand, well known to the rest of the globe. Everybody in the world knows what Crimea is, where Crimea is, and why we fight for Crimea. And thus definitely, after liberation, using such a brand with high recognition definitely will have a couple of multiplier marks in terms of making investments attractive, both speaking in terms of the tourist industry, as well as developing hotel operations, and even some specific industries such as game industry, for example, which might be of appeal for particular locations and facilities, and as well as operators, as well as making it a location to host some mechanics, because there will be military bases left after liberation and other locations which can be presented and even sold to the rest of the world in terms of technology development, game design development, and other. And that is why agrarian sector and other industries, these would be, in my belief, those key areas of the industry to be developed in Crimea that is liberated.
Thank you so much. All right, so let's start with a round of questions. And my first question is going to be to Roman Sheremet. In your view, what competitive edges Ukrainian Crimea might have, and which industries, or maybe what should the focus be, you know, on what kind of both functionally and conceptually, and maybe specific things, what should be the focus of the reconstruction and development beyond?
Yes, so I think I already highlighted those three industries that I think are very promising, but among them, I would definitely highlight the tourism. I completely agree with Artem that Crimea has a brand. It's a brand that has developed, unfortunately, maybe in the not in the best of circumstances, but everybody knows about the annexation of Crimea. Everybody knows that Crimea is such a attractive place for whatever reason they may expect that to be. So Crimea is a brand. Now, from marketing standpoint of view, we can really play this to the advantage of the peninsula. We can use that branding for, first of all, for tourism. We can, I can imagine how this can become one of the top tourist attractions, because it is beautiful. We have some of the amazing castles. I mean, Bakhchisarai, so much history there, to see how the Tatars live. I mean, it's an incredible place to see. I don't know, most of you, especially if you're younger, you probably were not even able to visit Crimea, but you know, as a child, I remember traveling there, and it's an incredible place. So I definitely want for it to be a top tourist attraction. And together with that brand idea and recognizing Crimea as a place, I think the winery industry can really have a boost. You know, if you create a brand, this is the wine from Crimea, because as I said, Georgia, a much smaller country, actually has Georgian wine in the United States. When people go to restaurants, they actually order it, but nobody orders Ukrainian wine, or, you know, because it's not recognized. There's no marketing that has been done. And now we actually have this marketing for us. So as soon as Crimea is liberated, I think that should be the top two directions that we should focus on. That will put us on the map right away. And I think as we develop that branding, I think we will really become a top player in these two industries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Andriy, I'm going to ask you a question which, you know, many people are asking, but, you know, not very publicly, or maybe not loudly. Is it the right time to think about the economic development of Crimea? And of course, the right answer to that, of course, it is the right time. We have to do everything. But what does it mean in practical terms? You know, is it a theoretical discussion? What can we do today specifically? Like specifically, what are the actions, meaningful actions we can take to prepare for the time where there will be an opportunities to do things in Crimea, and B, maybe through economic means, bring that time forward?
Thank you, Timothy. It's a very important question, but I want to make a bridge between Roman's answer and my answer. I think that not only agriculture sphere, winery, and tourism are the sectors for Crimea. I think that the perspectives for Crimea is our alternative energy sector, either energetics as it is, logistics. First of all, Crimea could be a very important part of logistics idea and projects which we developing now in Ukraine. And I think that Crimea will be one of the biggest industrial centers of Ukraine, but new industries, like a food producer, like a light industry, etc. And what I think concerning yes, so the simple answer, yes, but the very interesting part of my answer is Turkey. Crimea is in economical interest of Turkey now, and we can use this situation in order to prepare enough number of projects together with Turkey and with our international partners in order to start realization of these projects just after Russian defeat and Crimea back to Ukraine. Another thing we should start just now is to communicate to citizens of Crimea, Ukrainians in Crimea, that Ukraine in nearest future will let them much more possibilities than they had in Russia, in Crimea under the Russian invasion. So these two priorities now is very important because it's a long process, and because this process is long, this way is long, we should start it just now, not later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to Anton now, and you mentioned about the sources of funding, that one of them would be just monetary emission. What other sources of funding are possible, and how we should, or including this one, and how we should institutionally organize the support?
I definitely support the point from previous speakers that we first of all need to focus on investments, because from perspective of economic effects, we definitely need to think about investments. They definitely much more profitable and much less harmful than issuance of additional money, and this is our plan A. Speaking about borrowings, we definitely shouldn't be afraid of these things, because we are doing that things now, and it actually compensates all the deficit of our state budget, and we can catch up all these gaps in the financing thanks to borrowing. Nobody is insisting that it's the only way how we need to develop Ukrainian Crimea, but we shouldn't be afraid of all these monetary mechanisms. And definitely cooperation with IMF and with the EU, it's vitally important things, and I'm 100% sure that our partners will keep on helping Ukrainian. We definitely are 100% grateful for that. And probably we need to walk to the idea of gradual, slow, but inclusion of some additional financial instruments, including derivatives, including credit default swaps, including CDOs, and all these debts can be securitized, and we definitely can propose these things to investment funds and investment banks from United States and from other developed countries. And this will lessen the burden on Ukrainian GDP, on Ukrainian state budget, if Ukrainian state-owned banks will participate in these processes. I do believe that it will do, and once again, I'm hoping that we will not be using this instrument of printing money too often, but once again, we shouldn't be too much afraid of this thing, especially in the process of war. And this is probably one of the low-hanging fruits, and we need to remember that it exists, and it's not that harmful as we probably may think about that.
So just wanted to follow up on this printing money. How much is harmful? How much is not harmful? We're talking about 1 billion hryvnias, or we're talking about 1 trillion hryvnias?
But we probably should think from the perspective of the gap and deficit of state budget. We probably should estimate if we have something like 1.5 or I beg my pardon if I confuse figures, something like that of billions of hryvnias, and we can partially compensate that with borrowings and with from the source of external financial aid. It's okay. But all the rest can be compensated from printing hryvnia inside.
I'm pushing a little bit on this because I want to know the number, because we have the experience of 90s in Ukraine where we ended up with hyperinflation, where we financed the budget deficit by printing money.
Yeah, but it's 100.
Let me formulate the question, and then I don't need to unravel into a. So I want to stay constructive on this.
Okay.
And it's a serious question. It is not just, it's not an ideological question. It is a serious question.
Yeah.
If we have unlimited emission, we'll end up with hyperinflation. We can talk about the fact that Ukraine is different, but even in Ukraine in 90s, we had 1994, I guess, some of the years had 10,000% inflation.
Yeah, 1994.
Yes. So, and that was not in the conditions of war. That was not under the war conditions. And we know that wartime conditions generate, like, think of Weimar Germany as the most classic example, but there are others. So I want to have that's why it's important, but at the same time we understand that we do not have sufficient financial support during the war, and every additional dollar or hryvnia we can put in either reconstruction or in the military support can be helpful for Ukraine. Therefore, where is this line? Where is this line? It cannot be an abstract line where we say, oh, we're going to finance the budget deficit, because then we're going to end up with a hyperinflation outcome, right? Because every additional hryvnia we would need to buy ammunition. So that cannot be the logic. There should be some discipline. And what is that discipline? So what's the number, or what's the approach? What would you recommend? How do you recommend thinking about it? So that's, and then I'll go to Artem and also I'll try to add dynamics to the discussion a little bit. So I'm not just speaking on you, Anton. I'll add flavor to everything. Mm-hmm.
Responding to your question, first of all, we definitely are not speaking unlimited issuance of money. Another point is we're 100% sure that we had this horrible experience, and probably because of this experience, several Ukrainian presidents consecutively, I beg my pardon, were saying that it's not possible to print money, especially Viktor Yushchenko. He was saying that we will all die. We never died because we printed much more money that we are printing right now, and it can be seen from the statistics. From the perspective of 1994, we had something like 60 or 70% of downfall comparing to the pre-Soviet Ukrainian, pre-collapse Ukrainian economy, and definitely we are now estimating downfall approximately on 35 or 40% of GDP, bearing in mind that approximately 30% of GDP is produced in the shadow economy, and definitely shrinks not only visible part of economy, but shadow economy is also shrinking. And from my perspective, we need to we need to compensate partially this deficit, and I can't propose any other approach. We have some numeric models that can that are estimating this figure. If you need more specific figures, I'm not ready to tell it right now. But we always remember that even from the theory, we have different stages of inputting money to the economy. Some part is a low speed running inflation, and then we have much more rapid growth of inflation. So from this perspective, I'm focusing on the point to compensate state budget deficit, and putting on the.
Okay, so, yeah,
Okay.
so let's move on.
That's it. Yeah,
I'm still to hear a number or a framework which will prevent us from hyperinflation, but we can talk it offline. And I'm going to move to Artem now, if possible, and then we can come back. So, okay, Marco is saying that he's trying to raise a hand and I'm missing. So let me go to Artem and then I'll address these issues. Thank you for saying that. So Artem, so this is a question of okay, so we're talking tourism, right, as an opportunity. We're talking agriculture, we're talking entertainment, we're talking cultural opportunities, right? I remember when I was a minister, the Minister of Economy in the office every year passes a secret resolution sometime in January to allow toxic waters to be flushed into rivers of Ukraine. That's because our cleaning capacities are limited. And that's done in January so that it creates minimal environmental damage, rather than it's done in the spring or in the fall, both for because people, it's not open at that time, it's frozen, but also because it really gets immediately down to the bottom and kind of absorbs and slowly moved then to the Black Sea. The environmental situation in Crimea is horrendous, simply horrendous. What kind of tourism can we be talking about if we need billions or maybe even hundreds of billions of dollars to clean up both the military expansion in Crimea, the pollution, salt water because of the channel issues? Of course we all remember the Crimea from back then, but it's a different Crimea today. So what are we talking about? How do we address that? Thank you. Yeah, you see, I'm starting to ask more provocative or more pointy questions to add dynamics to them.
It's a very good question, and there is no simple answer to it. I think that a number of instruments, conservative instruments, conservative economics instruments, when talking about state politics, state policies, and liberal instruments when we talk about small and middle business. As an example, if we want to use potential of tourism in Crimea, then we should be conservative about resources, about ecology, about standards. But we can do it. We can invite investors with liberal methods, with liberal registration of business, with liberalization of land rent or land buying for touristic objects. So if you want to build a hotel, you can do it easily, much more easier than we can do it now in Ukraine, not only in Crimea, but you should make special technology plan, for example, about ecology standards. And you should make it, you should create these ecology standards on your location, on your place. When we talk about energy, we should understand that Crimea could create energy for Ukraine with solar stations, with the wind stations. But that also means that we should make conditions for companies that would like to come and create these fields of solar panels. And this is about liberalization for business, but also about conservative instruments of control by state. And the balance of these two instruments is rather difficult, and all modern economics is about this balance. Where should we control and where should we liberalize any market? Talking about agro-market, there is a dialogue in Ukraine about legalization of cannabis planting. And Crimea could be the place, maybe some experimental place for such farms, where huge companies, Canadian or Israeli companies, want to come and grow cannabis for international market. Can we do this? Yes, we can. But shouldn't we ask them to watch over the ecology on these sites, to create special standards for Crimea? Yes, we should. So there is no simple answer for that, but there are different answers that could be united in one balanced politics.
Thank you so much. We have a fantastic question from Mark. I'm going to read it, but I think in the diversity of views, the truth can be found. Given that we're in the war condition, some of the questions are sensitive. And we understand that everyone here at the panel mean the best for Ukraine. And we are asking difficult questions because we're not afraid of them. Okay? All right, so Roman and Anton, I'm going to read, I think, proposed that the Constitution of Ukraine should be amended so that all references to autonomy of Ukraine are abolished. At the same time, Crimea is recognized as an important trademark. It has important potential in many areas and so on. However, would you consider the possibility, even a theoretical one, that an autonomous Crimea would be able to thrive even more than a Crimea that is entirely integrated into Ukraine as a regular region? There are several examples of very successful autonomies elsewhere that are extremely successful because they are able to perform better in economic terms as autonomies than they would as regular parts of the country. I'm thinking of places such as Islands and South Tyrol, which are amongst the wealthiest regions of the EU, but also other examples can be mentioned. Panel, this is open to any of you.
Probably with your permission, as soon as I was mentioned, I was just thinking that probably it will not affect anyhow the fact that Crimea is a part of Ukraine and it's not having this legal autonomous autonomy, I beg my pardon. And I do believe that if it's a trademark, probably me as a buyer from the shelf of the supermarket, I will not go into the details, and I will not be so peculiar about if it's produced in a Crimea as an autonomy or Crimea as a part of Ukraine. I do believe that from the perspective of the sake of our motherland and Crimea as its part, it would be much better if we will just solve this issue in this manner. But once again, I'm not professional in this sphere, and probably legal people, lawyers and legal people can assume. I do believe it does not affect its advantages as a producer of some type of wood, from my perspective. Thank you.
If I can add a few words, if possible, thank you. We made several models on this issue and found out the following. First of all, wineries in Crimea started to be destroyed in 2012, before the Russian invasion. It was about Magarach and other wineries, very famous wineries. But from the other hand, Crimean economy was very integrated in Ukrainian economy in terms of, for example, retail chains or products, brands, etc. We should restore this integration, not to continue this disintegration with Crimea in the future. In economics, sense of view, in social, politics, and other sense of view.
Anyone else wants to volunteer an opinion on this? I think Marco, you have in hand. Yeah, go ahead, and then.
I just want to thank you for a very interesting discussion. And I would like to mention that there's plenty of economic research about the relatively better success of autonomous territories in economics than is now somehow precipitating from this community. It's not only about wineries and tourism and so on, but also other opportunities that autonomous entities may be able to use in a smarter way than, so to say, how should I put it, non-arranged competitive edge for a certain entity. I would think you would probably be advised to look at that research in order to find out how these things might work. These are not matters that are pointed out in textbooks of economics, because these are special solutions for special places. And therefore, if you think only in their economic terms and hierarchies of economy, then, well, autonomies don't matter at all, and they better be dismissed altogether. But if you go into that, you probably would find that these autonomies tend to perform better than a regular region.
So let's dissect this. What do we mean by autonomy? What decisions are done independently, and what decisions are made cannot be made?
I'm sorry, I have to leave. I'm extremely sorry. I would like to sit in more, but I leave you with this question.
No, but then I have to address, because this question is really can create an incorrect impression. So it is based on the assumption that we work with an environment in which there is no two countries fighting.
Yes.
Russia is not going to disappear from the picture as the country or versions of Russia post-war. And Crimea is critical for controlling the north of the Black Sea militarily, or even the entire Black Sea up to Bosphorus. So therefore, we are not operating in a vacuum or in a standard situation where, let's say, Crimea can make decisions on tourism. Even decisions on tourism will have to be addressed through the version of security. How do we allow people, do we do anything in Yalta? Do we put security in Yalta? If we do we have air defense in Yalta? Do we have artillery? Do we have navy? If we do we allow people to walk there freely? These questions will have to be addressed. So if we are talking about specific, if we're talking about projects and decisions and individual, decentralization reform allows a lot of flexibility to local municipalities, cremadas, and governments to do things like that. So I think when we need to start, when we start looking at the situation, and if we are being specific, we will find out that a lot of what we mean in literature or in the world by autonomy actually is in decentralization. What's not there is the ability to run their own taxes, and what's not there is the ability to use a different licensing regime. For example, safety regulations for schools,
road regulations, things like that. So the national framework. But if we talk about infrastructure projects, for example, this is pretty much similar to how many, well, the decisions are done in many ways independently. But that is a separate discussion, which probably deserves another conference, even, you know. So that would be my take on this. I think we're gonna leave it open as a very interesting question.
Yeah, that's good.
And that needs to be discussed seriously. All right. So thank you very much on this. Are there any other questions from panelists, maybe to each other, or from the audience? Raise your hands. If there are none, I want you to, the panelists, to spend 1 minute or maybe 2 saying one thing. What is the next specific action that should be taken? Not writing up a concept of something, you know, not proposing a law, you know, but something very specific that matters. Yeah, Andrei, let's start with you.
Thank you, Timothy. This is a very precise question because we have a lot of foresights, a lot of books, a lot of papers on Crimea's future, but too few number of real projects we will start to realize when Crimea will back to home. So now we need to have business projects, investment projects for Crimea, prepared, calculated with specific partners in Turkey, in Europe, and these projects should be ready to be realized just at the moment Crimea will go back to Ukraine. And this project should be not only touristic one or entertainment one, or even not only agriculture one, but as I mentioned, energetic sphere, light industry, food producing industry, and other kind of industries. So my answer is projects, business investment projects.
Thank you very much. Artyom, what about you? What do you think should be done next?
I should add another word to what Andrei said, is clusters. We should define what clusters we would like to develop in Crimea and make the precise projects in these clusters. We can't work everywhere. We should work in several clusters where the additional value will be the largest for Crimea and for Ukraine.
Thank you. And Anton?
Supporting all the points, I would like to write to add just one point. I do admire the point of our government about cheap mortgage and all cheap money for construction, for infrastructure, for energy projects, and financing it with on the basic terms that are common for the whole Ukraine. But financing projects in Crimea on these terms is probably a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to run a little discussion on the question whether, in your view, we should have a special agency that will be, you know, economic reconstruction, Crimea reconstruction and development agency, you know, like USAID or Swedish International Development Agency, or, you know, or UK aid, or European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Do we need an agency or a bank or a fund which is which is run with the specific purpose of developing and reconstructing Crimea? And if we do, should it be an agency, a government agency under a ministry? Should it be a fund under the cabinet of ministers, or should it be a bank under the Ministry of Finance? So, Anton, maybe we'll start this time with you.
Okay, thank you. Frankly, I'm not supporting the ideas of specific additional agencies because we are having quite a lot of agencies from my perspective. I just think if we're speaking about autonomy, just a very slight hint that I'm having that probably we need to we can't afford having ministries of Ministry of Development of Crimea or some specific ministries that are representing the Crimea itself. They probably need to obey Ukrainian Ministry of Economy or any other Ministry of Finance. And that's why I'm not thinking that we really do need some specific agency. It probably can be processed via some specific departments of Ministry of Economy or some branches of National Bank of Ukraine. The fact that they need to contact our donors and our supporters directly, it's a very good idea. I just doubt if we need to establish additional governmental bodies that will help Crimea specifically. In this case, we need to make the same agency for Chernihiv Oblast or Kyiv Oblast or any other regions of Ukraine. If I got your question right, this is my answer. So probably we need to process it via existing governmental bodies. Thank you.
Yeah, my question was in terms of governance. Of course, it's not a formality, but what should be the decision-making body? And there will be a follow-up question. I'm going to put it right away for our other two speakers, Andrei and Artyom, to answer that too, and then later, Anton. What should be the role of Crimean Tatars in the decision-making over the development? And of course, you're going to give the answer, yeah, they should participate. Of course, you're going to give, but I'm trying to make a specific question. What should be the governance mechanism? Should we appoint, should they select using the existing mechanism an envoy? And that envoy would have a veto power over the agency if there is an agency, or this envoy would sit in the parliament and will be able to make a public comment on any decision related to Crimea, that's because if we don't, let's say we don't put, I agree with you, we shouldn't create new agencies for no reason. But that's not about agency, it's about giving the structured way for stakeholders to be a part of the decision-making process. Because if every ministry, every agency, and everyone can formally or informally make a decision, then how do Crimean Tatars make sure they at least monitor everything? My next question would be, but I'm just putting them on, and you can answer any of them you want because we're like 7 minutes before the panel is over, and we're still hoping for Alexandra to come in. So if she comes in, I will give her the floor immediately. So I'm just going to put them. What about Crimean Tatars which are not in Crimea and not in Ukraine, but have been moved there, forced outside of Crimea forcibly, or had to flee? What about Russians who moved there? Because Russia, their estimates, intelligence estimates, brought to Crimea up to 800, maybe even million people. Okay, some of them are military and their families, but some of them, do we deport them all? Some people have an opinion. Actually, I'm sympathetic to an argument that they're not citizens of Ukraine. They have no business doing, being there. So, but do we allow any of them to stay? What would be the process? Okay, could there be Russians who already got Ukrainian passports actually moved from Crimea and are fighting with Ukrainian troops? These questions will have to be addressed. So how is the governance and decision making and management of stakeholders take place? So this are, maybe Artyom and Andrei, maybe we start with Andrei this time and then Artyom, and then go back to Anton for closing remarks. And we have 6 minutes, so you can also make closing remarks essentially.
I think that Artyom has a lot of information concerning decisions and ideas concerning Crimean Tatars. for sure they should be the stakeholders of this process, and it is why I think that special fund could be built for reconstruction for Crimea. As for Russian assets or assets of Russians in Crimea, the answer is clear. It should be go back to Ukraine or to Ukrainian owners who was owners in fact before the invasion. As for new ownership, it should be the state, Ukrainian state ownership, and then privatized by Ukrainian laws. And as for Russians who will remain in Crimea after Crimea be back to Ukraine, the very clear procedure, they should first of all they should ask about Ukrainian citizenship or the possibility to live in Ukraine. They should pass Ukrainian exams, and then they will have possibility to buy property in Crimea, not earlier that they have citizenship or rights to live in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Artem?
I will be short. I like a lot British experience in managing governmental things. They create agencies for everything and they close agencies. So state agency under the cabinet of ministers will be a very good instrument to rule Crimea, to create clusters, to create projects, to manage all of this. And I have a lot of arguments for this, but we don't have time. As for the Crimean Tatars, we had a strategic session, foresight, last year about Crimea and the future of Crimea. And the result of all scenarios was that we have to understand the role of Crimean Tatars, and it should be the leader's role. So perhaps the answer is to give the head of this agency for Crimean Tatar and give them the majority voices to decide what should be done in Crimea. But of course, the cabinet of ministers as a ruling body will make the final decision. But they ought suggest the decisions to decide. As for the Russians, it's a very complex question. I'm not an expert in this sphere, so it's not the time to discuss this right now for me.
Thank you. All right. If anyone, including Anton, wants to make a final remark, then or anyone else. Otherwise, I'm gonna, we're 3 minutes early to close the session. And I think this is a good tradition. We should keep talking about things. Yeah, Andrei, go ahead.
First of all, I should say thank you to you because of this provocative, so-called provocative, but very, very exact and very important questions you asked. We need to work a lot before the Ukraine defeat Russia in order to have plans and institutions which will redevelop reoccupied territories and Crimea. First of all, in order to do this, we should start practical work just now. As you asked your question, we should have exact projects. What we will do after the Crimea back to Ukraine.
I agree with you, and thank you for making this remark. Indeed, if we start thinking about specifics, there's a lot of work to be done, starting from governance to legal aspects, to possibly some resolutions of the cabinet and law in the parliaments that would have to be passed to address issues and concerns, because the situation there will be quite different even from other territories that we will bring back. Simply because the depopulation, repopulation, and cultural annexation process has taken deeper roots there. And we would need commissions on property rights disputes. We would need courts. We would need input
from Crimean Tatars, but also from Ukrainians who were there before the war and before the annexation. We would need to have specific projects lined up with proper insurance and financing. We would need to have government resolutions ready so that this money will flow, these funds will flow in. That there's a lot of work, and we start doing this work after Crimea is liberated. That will take a year, 2 or 3, because we know that even the Marshall Plan in Germany started to be implemented only in 1947. So it took several years after the end of the war for the entire world to come up with a structure and funding for the plan. So here we can do this homework before we achieve liberation of Crimea. And this, in fact, will be also a symbolic, but also political and communication tool to create more support for liberation of Crimea and bring this date closer to us, because we will demonstrate the difference between what Russia does to Crimea and what Ukraine will do as a part of what Crimea, how Crimea can prosper and be free as a part of Ukraine. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a fantastic life.
Thank you, same to you.
Slava
Thank you.
Ukraini.
Героям слава.
I would like to thank the moderator and the panelists for such a fruitful discussion. Our team have taken appropriate notes of your panel, and it will certainly contribute the final academic research made within the framework of the forum. And in 15 minutes, we will proceed to the third panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Ali Aliyev, Deputy Director General of the Ukrainian Institute and co-founder of Crimea SOS. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants. It seems to me that almost every participant of the third panel discussion is present. And now I would like to give the floor to the moderator of the discussion, the Deputy Director General of the Ukrainian Institute and co-founder of Crimea SOS, Ali Maliev. Please.
Yes, thank you for organizing such wonderful conference. My name is Salim Aliyev. I am Deputy Director General of Ukrainian institution that affiliated to Ministry of Foreign Affairs and dealing with public and cultural diplomacy. And also I'm from Crimea, and for today we have very interesting panel discussions about identity, about indigenous people, rights of indigenous people with our speakers, and I want to introduce our speakers. Roman Nazarenko, a lecturer of Ukrainian Catholic University, Rufinin, Associate Professor of Ukrainian Studies of University of Cambridge, Maxim Yakovlev, lecturer of National University of Kyiv Mohyla Academy, Svetlana Kuzmina, lecturer of Taurida University in Kyiv, Suleiman Mamutov, member of the United Nations Permanent Forum of Indigenous Issues, and Denis Yashny, researcher and member of expert network of the Crimea Platform. Last 8.5 years, it's about permanent situation and permanent violations of human rights violations in Crimea. In general, human rights activists documented more than 3,000 cases of the human rights violations on the peninsula for this during all of the occupation, from the violations of on religious and ethnicity ground to violations against freedom of speech. But it's about colonization. And one of the dimensions of colonizations is violations against identity. For example, Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians with very clear national identities have been viewed as a threat to the Russian security in Crimea by the peninsula occupying authorities since 2014. For example, Russian authorities destroying tangible and intangible cultural heritage that does not fit into the Kremlin modern ideology. One good example is the fate of the Hans Palace in Bakhchisarai. This crucial object of the tangible heritage of the Crimean Tatar culture is being destroyed under the guise of restoration. Another example is about Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian languages. For example, for today we have any school with Ukrainian teaching language, and only 3% of all of people in Crimea can learn Crimean Tatar language. And my first question goes to Roman Nazarenko. Romana, how to resist to this assimilation and colonization of the peninsula, especially for Crimean Tatars and especially in religious ground. You well-known specialist in religious issues, and for us, it's one of the pillars of our identity.
Thank you, dear Lim. Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I want to apologize that I will miss the whole our discussion, our panel. Now I'm actually have the lectures in Kyiv Mohila Business School, so I will be with you for a short presentation, and then it is obligatory for me to return to my students here. But still, well, the issue that's dedicated to Crimea Tatars is really sensible for me, because I'm also, as Alim, from Crimea originally, and well, talking about these questions, I have two main problems, and I want just to really shortly and briefly present you my ideas dedicated to the ideas of the Crimea Tatars identity and Ukrainian identity. First of all, the main problem from my point of view right now in Ukraine and for the last few years is the idea that I cannot actually, well, the voices about the Ukraine and Ukrainian studies and the institution dedicated to Ukraine is not, let's say, is not so strong. So yes, we have institutions, we have really strong institution like Ukrainian Institute, we have voices, really strong voices in our country, but still for our country with let's say including our all potential, and for such a big country with a lot of universities and a lot of perspectives, from my point of view, we need more. We need to hear Ukrainian aspects and Ukrainian issue and the Ukrainian Crimea. We need to again to hear more. So from my point of view, we need to consolidate our cooperation, in this case, scholars and the institutions, and to ask ourselves the main question: what should we do to push, to move, let's say, to move Ukrainian issue, to push Ukrainian studies right now? And it means, first of all, to do this within our country, inside our country, but in the same time, we need to think about this concerning the, let's say, how to move it abroad. And as you may know, there are no, let's say, political issues right now in the modern world without taking into account the Ukrainian aspects. And we need to use this moment, sorry for this word, but we need to use this moment, to use this time to say that Ukrainian issue, needs to be, so people from
all over the world, so they need to hear about Ukraine, not as the part of the Russian studies, not as the part of the Slavic studies, but the separate Ukrainian studies. So Ukrainian issue. How, in the same time, we need to think how do we need to spread this into West, or let's say not to spread, but to strengthen it when we are talking about the Western countries, Western world, but in the same time, we need to think how to spread it into East, especially Arabic world and the Middle East. So we have the Crimea Tatars, and I will speak about this a bit later. We have the really strong Muslim community. And why we do not have any problems with Muslims like in Europe, in Western Europe, because we have the huge heritage. In more than 10 years, 10 centuries, we have this connection. And in the same time, Ukraine is kind of a beautiful example of interreligious dialogue, interreligious cooperation. And that is also the gate how to spread this issue that Crimea Tatars right now are under attack because they are Muslims. And why, for me, as the Islamic scholar and the scholar who is interested in Islam, why the Islamic world is quiet about this? So is it the problem of the Islamic world? Perhaps because they're connected with Russia and etc. But perhaps it's also our problem that we do not have these connections with the Arabic world. So that's the issue for us to consolidate, to concentrate our efforts among Ukrainians inside the country and then move forward. So that is why I'm really happy that we have such initiatives like this one, where we can see at least each other and to realize that we can cooperate in different areas. And the second point that answering the question Alim asked, um, as originally again I'm from Crimea, and I realized that when I was in Crimea, I spent there 16 years of my life, and I remember that we have really let's say quite dangerous attitude to Crimea Tatars, and it was so it's shame on me, but still I realized that my friends, we were really kind of afraid of Crimea Tatars. Why? Because of the Russian propaganda. And right now, and after annexion of Crimea Peninsula, I also can feel this that we have in Ukraine Russian narratives in this, in from the one side, and on the other, when you will deal with Crimea from perspective of Russia propaganda, you will see the two points. The first one, the main point is about that Russia, that the Crimea is actually the Russian region or is the Slavic region where the Slavs lives and we are all connected by Russia. And on the other hand, we have really small mention that it is also Crimea Tatars are present there, but like a small, really small minority. And in this case, for me, as the Ukrainian, is really dangerous aspect is missing that there are no any Ukrainian discourse. So Russian propaganda, they use this let's say propaganda to show that Crimea is Russian and really small group of Crimea Tatars, and we can understand why they provide this politics. But still, Ukraine is absent in that discourse, and this is a big problem. I guess at the same time, I do not think that we need to cut Crimea Tatars from the Turks background, because Crimea Tatar studies in some cases part of the Turk studies also. We do not need to cut them, but we need to integrate and transfer also the Crimea Tatar studies to the motherland, to the Ukrainian studies, and to show these connections. And you may know that one of the 12 citizens of Turkey has the Crimea Tatars roots, according to the statistics. So it's the heritage, it's the huge heritage of the Crimea Tatars, that they have connection with this Turkish world, Islamic world on the one hand, but on the other with the Ukraine. And they live peacefully in this country. So for me, I don't want to distinguish these two visions as Russia propaganda asks, let's say, to do, that we have Crimea Tatars issue and Tatar issue and Ukrainian issue. This is all Ukrainian issue. And the biggest issue inside or within the Ukrainian studies is the Crimea point. So we need to return Crimea to Ukrainian discourse, not only in the geopolitical way, but also in our semantic way, to show for ourselves, to show for Ukrainians that we are on the same boat, let's say. And again, if we will do this. It also will open the perspective to speak about Crimea issue equally on the West, using this, let's say, this road to the Western countries, but in the same to the Muslim world, and to show them that, look, your brothers on face, they are struggling because only because they are Muslims. And why are you quiet about this? So that's again a question that we can ask for at least Sunni community, at least perhaps for whole Muslims, including Shia, but I'm not sure. So again, first point is the Ukrainian. I will like a small conclusion. First point is the Ukrainian studies that we need to push it and to move forward at two perspectives: Ukraine and outside and abroad, and another one is to struggle with this Russian propaganda to defend Ukrainian Crimea. So I guess that from my point of view, this is perhaps the most important points right now in our country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Roman. And I have one more question to you. You say we should do it, and what the state institutions or what the expert community should do these things and these steps from Ukraine side, from Crimean Tatar side, and from international community.
Well, I think that this is actually our common task, and that's the state is also included in this group. From my perspective, I can say that I'm the lecturer at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, and from my side, I can say that we do not have actually, well, maybe it's not modest, but together with Kyiv Mohila University, our universities are probably the best in Ukraine. But still, it's the shame to say that we do not have this Crimea Tatar aspect, but we have a lot of historians. So what's the problem? Again, to rethink and to realize that it's not the issue on the Crimea Tatars, but still. So the answer is cooperation between the universities, between the state governmental programs, and I can remember we can remember the presidential office, I don't know how to say this in English, dedicated to the Crimea issues, where Tamila Tasheva is the head of this office. So Ukrainian Institute, Catholic University, Kyiv Mohila University. So we need to together to, let's say, to organize this roadmap and to see whether we can, in what moments we can cooperate together. If the university includes the, let's say, Middle Eastern studies, so we need to work there. If we include the Crimea Tatar study, we need to work there. So that's the point, that the answer is cooperation. And nowadays, as I may understand that, let's say, we have a really nice dialogue, and I guess that in coming future, I hope we will improve it and we'll cooperate together. So university, government, it's really difficult to do this without the governmental support, but still, uh, let's say, looking for universities and in our cooperation, it's probably the answer.
Romana, and my last question. I know that you haven't any time, but still, do we have any signals from academic society of Islamic world about questions of Crimea and especially Crimean Tatars as a Islamic community?
Maybe it sounds pessimistic, but I don't think that in Islamic world right now someone is really caring about the Crimea Tatars or Ukraine itself. You can realize that yes, we have examples of few countries that are like, I can remember Qatar and Bahrain, so they're trying to help Ukraine, but still, when you will deal with the Arabic world, even in the case of Russian and Ukrainian war, so we can see that they are helping us with humanitarian aid, but still, in official level, they are trying to be neutral because of the business with Russia and because of the kind of cooperation. Yes, I think that they are not pro-Russians, but I cannot say that those countries that I mentioned that they are pro-Ukrainian. Maybe this is really Ukrainian perspective view, because for Qatar people, so they are pro-Qatar, not pro-Ukrainian, not pro-Russian. But still, I cannot say that in the Islamic world, they really, so they have a huge potential, and the university in Qatar, university in Doha and in Dubai, but still, I'm not sure that Ukrainian studies or Ukrainian issue is some kind of, let's say, is on the main points. The Ukraine and the role of this war and the influence and impact that may have on their countries, yes, but the Ukraine and the issue of Muslim community that is really huge in our country, I guess no. But if the colleagues have another point, different, let's say, views, I will be happy to hear this.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. And let's move to Rory. Dear Rory, I know you as one of the main professors who studied and who researched the topic of Crimean Tatars especially. And Roman said about Ukraine studies and Crimean Tatar studies. Can you do an overview of the situation with the Crimean Tatar studies abroad in academic sphere in different universities in different countries?
Selamun aleyküm dostlar. Davet için sağ olunuz. Доброго дня, шановні колеги, і ще раз дякую дуже за
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for having me.
I unfortunately can't speak too much of Krimsko-Tatarsnovstvo outside of Ukraine and outside of Cambridge, frankly. So a number of years ago, I organized a workshop on Crimean Tatar language and culture for postgraduates in order to stimulate and promote the study of the Crimean Tatar language and, of course, culture. It is my hope and aspiration that we can continue to do something on a more permanent basis. There was a lot of interest and a lot of attention from outside of Cambridge, from outside of Great Britain, actually, to this initiative. So I think it has a really great future. Unfortunately, the horrific circumstances we're in now have prevented some of this institutional work, but I think there is a horizon of possibility that is promising. And one of the things that I would suggest along this line is to follow in the footsteps of people like Yunus Kandim, Mykola Miroshnichenko, and others who, of course, have done wonderful work translating from Ukrainian into Crimean Tatar, from Crimean Tatar into Ukrainian. And so we have the resources and the material to teach and promote this study. The one thing I have seen is what we might call a siloization of Ukrainian studies and Crimean Tatar studies. That is, we separate the two, when what I'd like to see is more of a connection, more of an intersection between the study of Crimean Tatar culture and history and Ukrainian culture and history. Right now, I'm in Estonia, in Tallinn for a September school devoted to fighting Russian disinformation. And we were talking to a variety of journalists and diplomats. One of the things that I've been trying to impress upon our guests and our participants is the problem of Russian colonialism. And by problem, I particularly mean the problem of scholars in the West, in Western Europe, in the UK, the United States, who have consistently and rather shockingly ignored the realities of Russian colonization. That is a major black hole of scholarship that we must be responsible for. I think there needs to be a reckoning in our universities for our failure to confront this history, obviously, as it pertains to Ukraine and Crimea specifically. And one of the ways that I approach this material with students is to, on the one hand, talk about Crimean Tatar literature and culture with a sense of its own development. But at the same time, what I'm very interested in is looking at these works of culture that teach us a great deal about the inner workings, the dynamics, the mechanics of Russian colonization of territory, of culture, and of the mind as well. And one of the ways in which we can learn from a new perspective more about the legacy of this colonization is by reading Ukrainian writers alongside Crimean Tatar writers, and to see how they are approaching the problem of Russian aggression and colonization from similar perspectives, using similar themes, similar approaches. So just to give you a few examples of what I mean, rather than simply studying as a discrete subject Crimean Tatar society or Ukrainian society, bringing them together means, for instance, reading the works of Lesya, the works of Hassan Chergeyev, for instance, because both Chergeyev and Ukrainka focus on the role of the gaze and of sight in the construction of colonized subjects. And they deconstruct this problem in fascinating ways. Ukrainka does it with her Krymsky Spohady cycle. Chergeyev does it with a remarkable poem about the fountain of Bakhchisarai, which he endows with new life, new agency, turning the Pushkin trope of the fountain against itself, speaking about a new sovereignty and a new future for the Crimean Tatar people. So Ukrainka and Chergeyev are doing similar things with the Khan Sarai, resurrecting it not simply as this element of the past, this ornament of a lost Crimean Tatar Khanate, but something new. And reading them together, I think, makes for fascinating learning. Another pairing that could be really instructive here is that of Hussein Tokhtargadze and Mikhailo Kostyubinsky, both of whom are confronting the problems of conservative currents in their respective cultures. So Tokhtargadze focuses on the mullahs and the pernicious effect of them in Crimean society at the turn of the century. As we know, Kostyubinsky does something similar with a short story called Pid Minaretame. But Kostyubinsky is taking the examples of the Crimean Tatar struggle and using it as a metaphor to see the Ukrainian struggle against populism, for instance, in a new way. So the two of them in this pairing allow us to see not only this struggle against Russian colonization, but also the internal struggles that each of these cultures encounters over the course of their development. I could go on and on with more pairings, for instance, the work of Shamil Aliadin, his remarkable unfinished novel, Tulaibe, reading it alongside, for instance, Roman Ivanichuk and the novel Nalbe, which again is about focusing on this practical past of the 17th century in which the Crimean Tatars and the Cossacks saw an alliance and a political future between them. So that's my hope, actually, for that next stage of number one, promoting the study of the Crimean Tatar language and culture, but in Ukraine as well, to notice how many icons, we might say, or figures of these various cultures have worked together to solve similar problems, how they've engaged in similar ways with similar approaches, that in fact, without conflating them and combining them, we can see how they worked together in tandem. I think that would be a really fascinating approach for us to take, and it's one that I'm really looking forward to trying to apply at the University of Cambridge and well beyond that as well.
Rory, I have one more question about research and study in Cambridge. What is the main focus for today for your studies of your colleague, the topic of Crimea in academic sphere? Your research culture, for example, maybe the political processes from 2014, or history?
Alim, it's a combination of all of those things, I would say. The first thing is to recognize, as I mentioned earlier, the need for universities, for instance, in Great Britain, to recognize that we have ignored Crimea collectively over the past 8.5 years. So this is amnesia, right? Crimnesia, let's say, about the peninsula that has spread throughout, in my opinion, Western academia. So if, for instance, Crimea has been studied, particularly since 1991, it was studied mostly, Alim, through this political science prism. And in that regard, it usually was an analysis of this triadic relationship between Crimean Tatars returning to Crimea, Ukrainians as this new nominal national group in an independent state, and then ethnic Russians who identified with the former empire rather than Kyiv. And we've talked about these three groups interacting, but in Western scholarship, what has been consistently lacking has been any recognition of the problem of colonialism. And that has meant that we did not apply these tried and true mechanisms of decolonization. So, truth and reconciliation commissions, electoral quotas, reparations. Our scholarship failed, I think, in addressing this very evident, very tragic past. So in Western scholarship right now, we have a lot of catching up to do, a lot of reframing to do. That's our objective at Cambridge. I know many colleagues at Harvard, for instance, are working in the same way, but we have so much work to do, and obviously under challenging conditions, to be clear.
Yeah, thank you, Rory. And my next question I will address to Maxim and to Svetlana for you both. What's the ways of Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar literatures and cultures can be used to confront and expose the violent legacy of Russian settler colonialism in Crimea, and to deepen bonds of solidarity between the Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars? Who wants to be first? Maxim? Yeah.
Svetlana, thank you for being so polite as giving word to me. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's nice to be with you. Greetings from Kyiv. From Kyiv, I located my physically at my head of department office. And Rory, greetings to your hotel room, I guess, by the interior. It seems not like a department at Cambridge, but rather a hotel room.
No, you have it exactly right, Maxim. It's a hotel room in Tallinn, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Nice country to be in anyway. So dear colleagues, a couple of comments from my side, what Rory started, and also Roman Nazarenko, who was with us at the very beginning. I would like to elaborate more on this notion because I used this very simple approach of personal reflections of what I've heard and known growing up in Ukraine, post-Soviet Ukraine, as an Ukrainian citizen from the East. I was born and I went to school in Donetsk. And then I came to Kyiv in 1999, so I have this legacy with me. And then visits to Crimea, with which I have no personal relations whatsoever. But then a couple of things to elaborate more what Rory started, talking about post-colonial legacy in our Ukrainian perception of the Crimean Tatars and their culture, and also the way the Russian and Soviet imperialism penetrated the Ukrainian minds. If you remember, Roman Nazarenko said that growing up in Crimea, he's from Crimea, he said he had this angst or even fear of the Crimean Tatars. And I think this is something that was induced by the Soviet and previously Russia, because there's an intermix of Soviet and Russian. This is, I really give credit to Rory, because Rory a couple of times said, I even noted this Russian colonization as a black hole in scholarship. But then perceiving Soviet imperialistic policies as really imperialistic policy, there is really a plethora of scholarship in the West, especially in the 60s, 70s, after the Prague Uprising and the Budapest, where the Soviet Union was compared as imperial power, but not internally, as imperialism in culture and attitudes. If you ask any person like of my age, I mean 40 or and older, and somebody from generation of my parents, talking about any Turkic people including Crimean Tatars, that were members of communities and even countries of the Soviet Union, within the mental hierarchy, they would be definitely below the Slavic nations and Baltic states, okay? If you ask a person, how does any Turkic language sound? It's some kuldur muldur, blah, blah, blah. So you see, this is funny. This is like less prestige than, let's say, Slavic languages or Baltic states. So there was in a hierarchy induced and reproduced by the Soviets saying, this Turkic people, I know, like Kazakh culture, Uzbek culture, anything, they are in this mental hierarchy below. And this attitude was induced and also reproduced. Okay, we have to admit that, you know, the hierarchy of Soviet republics, Russians were always the first, then there was the space for the Ukrainians and Belarusians. I don't know, like Belarus, I'm trying to, if there is a change in English language perception for Belarus as well. But then we were accepted as being some forms of Russians. And then the Ukrainian nation was oppressed because the Ukrainians didn't want them to be a part of Russian nation board, and this is another story. But then in this mental hierarchy for the Crimean Tatars, with all the Russian propaganda and the consequences of the Second World War, the place for the Crimean Tatars in this mental hierarchy was rather low. And this is the Ukrainian perception that still has to be changed. And I think this is really deeply induced, you know, this colonial mind, because I also noted this from Rory presentations, when we have to study the mechanisms and mechanics, of colonization of mind. We need to do this decolonization of our perception of the Crimean Tatars, of their culture, and of their language. The only mean as like political scientist and international relations scholar, I would say that we need more presence of the Crimean culture, language, literature, and anything that is related to this culture in the public sphere. That the Crimean language is, of course, we need to preserve and develop the language within this bilingual pair, Crimean Tatar Ukrainian, not via Russian, but this direct translation. And for this, we need really bilingual books, stories, everything that is invested into that. We have direct link between Ukrainian language culture and the Crimean Tatar language culture, for the first. Secondly, in order to change this perception that especially small Turkic nations, they are really worth being studied, and Rory really spoke a lot about it. We need to pay attention. Crimea is a very nice word, term, so to speak. I will take it from today's discussion. Not to be afraid of the Crimean Tatar, but promote the culture, see them as equals to Ukrainians, because, you know, this is a kind of a very imperialistic discussion. Somebody says, but the Crimean Tatar language is underdeveloped. We cannot have physics and mathematics. I went to school in Donetsk. It was the first Ukrainian language school. And since I graduated with a golden medal, Zolota medal and stuff like this, because I was very good at studies, I do remember well one of the commission from the city council of Donetsk who asked me this question: you seem to be a clever guy. Please explain how is it possible to study physics and mathematics in this funny Ukrainian language? I really remember that question well, back in 1998, 99. Okay, I think for many, what is this mental disorder map, it still goes the question: how can you study nuclear physics in Crimean Tatar language? Yes, you can. If you develop the language, if you promote the culture, if you see them as equals, and this is our Ukrainian path to decolonizing ourselves and really creating the space for Crimean Tatars and the culture and the language and for their development. So I will finish with this. This is my input for discussion. And sorry, for final note, as a Ukrainian, I think this is our contribution to start doing our homework, starting with us and with our perceptions. And then by doing so, we also will probably even contribute to the Cambridge studies in Crimean Tatar language or culture by showing an example of how you can decolonize yourself first.
Yeah, thank you, Maxim, for such accents. But I have one more additional question to you. I said about the decolonization, the processes of decolonization. And is it possible to carry out decolonization at the time when Russia is colonizing an EU peninsula?
Yes, I think the direct question would be yes. We don't need to protract, because this is something we can do here and now, as we do now, especially, as I said, promoting Crimean language and culture and showing these capabilities. Yes, we can do that, of course. And I think Rory mentioned that, and also Roman put it into another context, especially like Islam and Muslim community and this type of studies, because he spoke about Turkic communities and language study and the culture, in this context, yes. And he said that we need to introduce them into Ukrainian culture. Introducing Crimean Tatars, the language and the culture, into Ukrainian culture we can do now. And then I think even now it is even more important to deconstruct the Russian imperialism. One example, sorry, please don't throw rotten tomatoes at me, but this one of the discussions examples, what should we do with Mikhail Bulgakov and his legacy? This is like 10 minutes walk from my office. Should we preserve his museum? What should we do to the monument of Bulgakov? How should we perceive the Russian and imperial culture and imperial notes? So this is what we Ukrainians can contribute to the world academic debate, starting with suggesting our Ukrainian ways to decolonize the Russian culture. And that we need to do it now, showing that Russian imperial grandeur or greatness should be deconstructed, showing how oppressive it was to cultures, minorities, languages, and all of that. We can do that now as well. I think you can mute the Crimea Academic because they are buying croissant. You can mute them, yeah.
I trying to do it. Yeah. Yes, it's on.
Can I say some about our subject? Thank you very much. I can continue what what was said by Maxim. Actually, I'm from Crimea too. I graduated Simferopolsky State University historical faculty, and I can remember that when I was a student historian, we were forbidden to choose the topics of Crimean Khanstva to research. We were forbidden to ask archive documents about period of Middle Ages, Crimean Middle Ages. It was absolutely impossible to know something except from Russian and Soviet textbooks about Crimean history, and we have deficit of kind of these books. And I should say that we can our decolonization of our minds from starting systematical researches of Crimean history, Crimean literature, language, and others. And for this, we need to have bright and charismatic personalities who will be able to gain a team around them. And we need a financial support. These personalities need financial support for their research. And it's would be interesting projects, and I'm convinced that this is the first condition for decolonization of our minds, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Svetlana. And what the steps are doing now toward the university in the sphere of decolonization studies? Maybe you're planning something or new program about decolonization of Crimean Peninsula, because you are one of the main academic platforms about Crimea issues here in Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, the National University is a replaced university. In the first, we should revive in very hard and tough conditions in Kyiv. Tough competition for our place in Kyiv and in Ukraine, and we can't afford about something special, very special, such as decolonization studies now. Our task today to have students, to have contingent of students, and to to preserve what we have. We have now. Personally, I'm working in the Institution of Philology and Journalism, and the first my task as director of this institute is preserve their educational program of Crimean Tatar language and literature. It's the first my task now. And we have only three teachers of Crimean Tatar language and near 15 students of this. And I think it is very important for our university to have this educational program, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Svetlana. And we'll move to Suleiman. Suleiman, Crimean Tatar language, all of the languages, and Crimean Tatar language especially is one of the pillars of identities Crimean Tatar people. And today, according the UNESCO lists Crimean Tatar language one of the vanishing languages in the world. And my question to you, what steps do we need to take to return Crimean Tatar language to normalcy?
Thank you very much, Alim. And I would like first to thank the previous speakers as well as the organizers for inviting me to this panel. So I want to shed light on core principles that must guide us when we talk about the revival of the Crimean national culture and language specifically. First, the measures we use to restore the language must not legitimize the results of the genocide and colonization. What does it mean? We can take the example from the intense discussions about the state policy in Crimea once the temporary occupation ends and Ukraine regains its control over the peninsula. One of these discussions was held a bit earlier today within this forum. You may know well that one of the expectations of the Crimean Tatar people relates to the redesigning of the concept of autonomy. And the source of autonomy and its philosophy should stem from the right of indigenous people to self-determination. So among things we focus on within the future autonomy is the level of representation of Crimean Tatar people in the regional state bodies, specifically the parliament. And the most common position you can hear from Crimean Tatar is that future laws should guarantee the representative of indigenous people at least 1/3 of the seats in Crimean parliament. So at first, many find it challenging to see the justification why 1/3 if the number of Crimean Tatars barely exceeds the 15% from the population, and don't we undermine the democracy pillars and so on? The answer is simple. 1/3 is the proportion of Crimean Tatars before another wave of massive repression started in the beginning of 20th century. And you know that the highest point of this wave reached in May 1944 led to the death of almost 46% of Crimean Tatars. So the reason behind our expectations is straightforward. If our genuine aim is to restore justice and the state of affairs at the point before the Soviets carried out the genocide, then we must start by restoring conditions as if the genocide was averted. I believe if we accept this way of thinking, then the design of measures we develop to restore the cultural identity of Crimea, first and foremost the language, would also be effective. Before the scale of repression became pervasive in past century, the Crimean Tatar language, or as I would prefer it, call it Crimean language, served as lingua franca in the peninsula inside Crimea. Aside from Crimean Tatars, you may know this, other ethnic groups in Crimea widely use it to communicate in different spheres of public life. Thus, the ultimate goal of the policy must be to ensure that the Crimean Tatar language is not only preserved, but also widely used in the peninsula. I assume that such policy could include a set of positive measures, and one of them could be about introducing incentives to small and medium businesses that commit themselves to providing services or parts of services in Crimean Tatar. Another example might be considered as a part of peacebuilding activities is to pilot the Crimean Tatar language classes for everyone in Crimean primary schools. Such efforts may foster tolerance and mutual respect. Besides, they can empower and encourage us as indigenous peoples to use language without fear. Fear that most likely was formed under the pressure of repressive machinery that was launched at the end of 18th century, then suspended in 1991 and reloaded in 2014. I cannot foresee the reaction of other ethnic communities in Crimea, but for Crimean Tatars, implementing positive measures for the revival of their language is another form of a question. Are we ready to meet and accept Crimea as it is, as it was before the empire colonized it? And if you answered positively, then there is no doubt that the Ukrainian state should create conditions that would result in the development of the language. The type of development that could and should have taken place under normal circumstances. Following this logic, we cannot limit ourselves to the minimum standard that implies preservation. In that case, I assume that reaching the normality would require going beyond the norm itself. Another significant point concerns the thoughts expressed here and there on social media and some media platforms. So some people, they assert that the treatment of the Crimean Tatar language should be on par with languages of national minorities. This argument is often proposed under the disguise of equal rights for all ethnic groups, and I think that many things was said about this before, but I would underscore and reiterate once again that no one is without sin when it comes to a weak understanding of the state of indigenous languages, even the experts, for example, of the Venice Commission. Equal treatment of minorities and indigenous peoples, which doesn't pay respect to the context, to conditions, and thorough analysis, is the most efficient way to feed inequality. In most cases, minorities have a keen state, we all know this, that would take care of the preservation and development of the language. For example, Hungarians have Hungary and Romanians have Romania. But for indigenous peoples, the kin state is the state formed within the borders of their ancestral land. And if you don't have strong state support for the language of indigenous people, welcome aboard. The flight will pave the way to extinction. So to sum up, I must say that the healing is not easy in a post-colonial society. We all know this. After the start of the full-scale war, Ukrainians demonstrated a remarkable resolve and maturity to innovate at unprecedented scale. Crimean Tatars on their side showed their might and uncharted approach to struggle for the motherland during the Soviet era and after the 2014 occupation. So I believe that jointly we'll manage on how to design and implement novel and brave policies to revive the original cultural identity of Crimea once we restore the international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Suleiman. Look, let's consider one more dimension of temporary occupation. It's migration, yeah? And during this last 8.5 years, more than 30,000 Crimean Tatars left Crimea. And now, after a full-scale invasion, we have a new wave of migration of people outside Crimea. And my question is about the strategy for Crimean Tatar language. What the core stones should be for the strategy that helps to our diasporas around the world to learn language and to preserve language.
Thank you for this question. I think it is indeed very challenging to find some straightforward answer to this, but I think it should be a both-way process that comes from Ukrainian state, from our representative bodies such as Majlis, and from every Crimean Tatar and Ukrainian that thinks and believes that it is really one of the utmost the issue of utmost importance to preserve the language, because the preservation in many cases, if we look beside the state, the support of state bodies, the preservation comes from the level of family, of course. But I would probably look into the modalities that would support the communities of Crimean Tatars outside Ukraine as well after the 24th February and the start of full-scale invasion, because we really have many Crimean Tatars who, as you said, left the peninsula after the war started. And unfortunately, I suppose we have almost no infrastructure to support the language outside Ukraine. But additionally, if possible, we should probably also prioritize the learning and usage of Crimean Tatar before the occupation ends on the government content areas, those that were not occupied inside Ukraine. So several elements. First, support those who want to preserve and develop it outside Crimea and even outside Ukraine. And then second, support those who are in Kyiv, in Lviv, in Dnipro, and those who would like to learn it and use it, maybe also through the support to media.
Yeah, thank you, Suleiman. I see the hand, Svetlana's hand. Please, Svetlana, yeah. Your remark or comment or question. Yeah.
I absolutely agree with Suleiman, and I want to add something to his views, his visions. Look, I have a dream. I want Tavrida National University has a compulsory subject for learning. It is Crimean Tatar language for every student. But what prevents me from to suggest this to our academic council to make this decision? It is absence of teaching methods, didactical technologies. When Crimean Tatar language is a subject of learning non-native adult speakers. This is a huge problem, actually, because when our traditional teachers propose students to learn Crimean Tatar language, it is pretty simple and traditional technologies, and they are not interesting for students. And I consider that Crimean Tatar language will more preserved when we have some technologies similar to English language learning technologies, or Turkish or something else. It seems to me that could be decision and this product, intellectual product, could we can monetize, we can make online courses on this with these technologies. We can sell textbooks, for example, and other interesting things. I know that now in Ukraine, it is exist in Ukraine educational market a demand on Crimean Tatar language, but there are no any products for this demand. It seems to me could be interesting for some projects.
Thank you, Svetlana, for your remarks. And I want to move to Denise. Denise, I know you as one of the main experts on the topic of cultural heritage of Crimea, and you're doing a lot to preserve, not even preserve, to monitor the situation of the cultural heritage on the peninsula. And my question is next. Here we have this process of rethinking of the role of Crimean heritage in the concept of soft power as in Ukraine and also abroad. And is the Crimea and what the steps we should have after the monitoring the situation, after the hearing the facts of human rights, facts of cultural ground, especially cultural destroying cultural heritage. What the next steps should be from the experts community and also from the Ukrainian governmental organizations and institutions.
Добрий день, шановні колеги. Я буду українською.
Yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues. With your permission, I will switch into Ukrainian. Speaking of your question, dear Aline, well, first, I'm happy to see everybody and thank you for such a broad question. And in answering your question, I believe that we should first start from the understanding and perception of the Crimean heritage in Ukraine, first of all. And the matter is, and unfortunately, we have to admit and recognize it, that almost all of our knowledge about Crimean Tatar heritage, cultural and historical, is the knowledge that is shared by the colonizing party. Because any kind of research done is done by the Russian Empire, and then Soviet authors, and also by some of the Crimean researchers, which almost in every case were just following the good old well-beaten path of Soviet research. The fact is that after 1944, after deportation of the Crimean Tatars, speaking of the local Crimean School of Research of Crimean Tatar was extinct. There were some sporadic efforts in terms of local School of Arts or School of Oriental Arts, and Moscow School of Oriental Art and History was a lot more powerful as compared to the Kyiv-based or Ukraine-based unit, not even to say department of that school. And its capacity was really scarce. So we have to revise fundamentally our approach to learning and researching this heritage. And we should not segregate it between cultural, between historical and ethnical. And it should not be separated from the Ukrainian heritage as well. Why do I mention political aspect of that? Political heritage. If you look at the history of Ukraine, even the secondary school textbook, once you read about history of Ukraine, you will find out that the history of Crimean Peninsula for the period, broadly speaking, starting after the antique period, that would be 5th century AD, and through the 18th century, can be fit within one page of a textbook. And that's it. Entire political history of Crimean Peninsula, everything associated with the history of Crimean Khanate, political establishment of the state of Crimean Tatars, is completely erased from the page of the textbook. And it stops at the time when the Turkey is possessing the range of the Crimean Tatar in the peninsula. And as of that time, let us also remember that in 1569, the Lithuanian principle is also becoming extinct. And basically, all of the nations of Ukraine are becoming deprived of their own political representation and powers. As of today, the Crimean history is not subsequently taught even at secondary school. And thus, there's no discussion about any kind of an academic U-turn, the Moscow turnaround, in terms of making some fundamental changes. And that is why most people believe that Crimean Tatars evolved somewhere in 13th centuries. As you remember, the Temujin brought this over, and then as a follow-up or allies to them, they were brought into this neighborhood. And this idea by itself of them being coming from outside has been promoted by the Russian and then Soviet school of history. More so, once we look into the Soviet time documents, 1962, for example, was the time when it was recognized that deportation was unlawful, but this document says about Tatars residing in Crimea, not about the native Crimean Tatars, but those residing in this territory, because the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire were claiming that the Tatars, as a community, as a nation, as people, have never been related to their original roots, where they come from. And this enabled them to manipulate in so many areas. And this is where and why today I have to admit that we are losing this academic battle in the academic dimension of learning and researching this heritage. The Moscow and St. Petersburg schools of Oriental history and culture, they are the major producers of monographies, translations, different publications and research in the academic field. Everything is done at a decent level of quality, but looking at the fundamentals of the approach to the living history, to this living part of their own history, there is a major gap which I cannot believe can be bridged with any of their understanding, effort, and preparedness. And this brings us back to this question of colonial impact. As following up on what Maxim has suggested, there was colonial impact upon Ukrainians from the Russians, everything else, but the Ukrainian colonial impact was different. The Crimean Tatars, as well as the rest of the Muslim population of the Russian Federation, have always been perceived as aliens. They were either quotas or some limitations and restrictions for some professional development and engagement, including even army service. And this is why, back in 1964, following the best anti-human traditions, the decision was made to make sure that all of the Muslim people will be finally removed from the European part of Russia. And thus, if Ukrainians are perceived by Russian as half Russians, then Crimean Tatars would be even lower in terms of ranking. And this is where and why such efforts are made against the Crimean Tatars to relay them as a secondary part of some greater Tatar nation which existed elsewhere but not here. And that brings us even closer to the main point, dear Svetlana. We have graduated from the same university, more so from the same department at difficult times. And I do remember now those wonderful times when we had access to work with some medieval time documentation. And the results of such academic research, including some desk reviews, were research efforts done by some of my schoolmates, which were fully saturated with this alienation to what they've been looking into. And that is something we have to address. We have to disalienate to make sure we have to deconstruct all of the Russian myths and misconceptions about the Tatars, Crimean Tatars included, that should be perceived as something inherent to its own and not as an appendix to either Russian or Soviet Empire or something else. Then we have to make a reference, clear reference to the political heritage as part of history of the entire nation of the country and our sovereignty as well, at different stages, at different times, and at different perspectives. And thirdly, what I believe is also critically important, and that's where we start talking about different types of autonomies, but understanding that will help us to take a broader look at the Autonomous Republic of Crimea as part of USSR, not as something fully autonomous, existing from 91 to 2014 in the recent history of Ukraine, but also as something which was also formulated with some impact of the Russian followers. Don't forget, yes, we should remember who was the first president-elect of the Crimean Republic, also being one of the presidents of the Crimean University. On top of that, we should always remember about using the fundamentals of the culture, policy, and history being intervened with this heritage which gives rise to this autonomy, although that was clearly leading to some separatism, which was so openly manifested by pro-Russian oriented political actors. And to conclude, let me suggest another thesis, suggesting that these things can be done even now, while Crimea is still occupied. There's no sense of sitting idle and waiting for it to be liberated before starting to do something.
Thank you so much, Denise, but I'm always asking about particular steps, some concrete steps. So you're saying that we should not sit and wait while Crimea has been liberated. And I do agree with this statement by 300%, but what specific steps could we take already now? First and foremost, speaking about the deconstruction of this Russian myth about the cultural heritage of Crimea and Crimean Tatars in particular, this is something that we are trying to combat together with the International Renaissance Foundation and Crimean uh, Institute for Strategic Studies. We've been working in this area for 4 years already in the row. We started the website and we are monitoring of what is happening with the Crimean sites and with the Crimean culture and cultural heritage. Besides, we are rewriting the context for each architectural site in Crimea. And we are trying to show the link of these sites with Ukrainian history and with Crimean history. On the contrary to what is Russian side is offering. I don't know, maybe some of you remember there is the IBAB's concept that there was one group that invaded the territory, killed the others, and no one was able to survive. So we are deconstructing these myths. In each period, we are trying to show that there are some relations, there is the causality, and if we show the history in the right way, there will be no questions like where do Crimean Tatars come from? Well, they've been living there always. They have been there all the time. So if we take a closer look at the images of ships that we could find in Han palaces, they date back to the ancient times. And yes, there is this heritage, and we see that there is coherence, and this is what we should focus on, speaking of the cultural heritage, especially if we are talking about the intangible heritage. And yes, indeed, we needed to take a lot of steps uh, the um, for the education of children. And yes, we know that the political history of Crimean Khanate and Crimean Peninsula, this is something that is long due, and we need to review the way we are portraying these facts in the history. Thank you. Thank you, Denise.
We can take one short question from our audience. If you have any questions from audience, please. Okay.
It seems that there are
I hope it was. Yeah, I hope it was clear. And probably when we say about the context of war, we should say it about this war against Ukraine and especially Crimean Tatar identities, of course. And our main goal and our main issue is to transform the narrative as Rory said, Crimea to the narrative of Crimea. Yeah, how to bring the topic of Crimea and Crimean Tatars to academic sphere, and to make it, sorry for this term, but make it fancy, because it's important, not only for Crimean Tatars, for Ukrainians, but it's important for all of civilized war, because any cultures, any identities, it's a big issue for understanding the very complicated puzzle of Ukraine and very complicated puzzle of our multicultural Europe. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you, Denise, Svetlana, Rory, Suleiman, Roman, and hope see you in our free Ukrainian training.
Thank you, Mr. Aliyev, and the participants of the panel. We were honored to have you here today and hear out your unique perspectives on restoring Indigenous Crimean culture, language, and historical memory. And just for the record, Mr. Aliyev, there are not many participants here. I mean, like the audience, because most people watch our panel on YouTube or on Facebook. But anyway, we'll begin our fourth final discussion in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Наступного року в Бахчисараї.
Так, саме так. Радий бачити.
See you next year in Bakhchisarai.
Thank you for very.
It was great to see you.
Thank you very much indeed. It was very interesting.
Дякую.
Thank you. Дякую.
And
Bye.
приходьте до нас в університет. Сулейман.
And you are all welcome in our university. Suleiman, Denise, you are all welcome. Thank you.